Bonjour, mon ami.
Buongiorno, mi cosante.
Non, français. Bonjour, mon ami.
What is that? Is that French?
Je m'appelle le prophète apostate. Je t'aime.
Je t'aime?
I don't know if that was all right. I don't know if that was good. If that was right, please tell me if that was right. Anybody? But anyway, hello everybody and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. This is the Apostate Prophet. Welcome to this show, to this channel, the most watched show on my channel. And I am here today with David Wood, who is the most hosted and most popular guest on my channel. David, what's up? How are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good.
Just sending this out. We're live discussing Mohammed Hijab's response to Mosab Hassan Yousef! Exclamation point. Post. Done. Let's go. Let's do this.
There we have the confirmation. It says Je t'aime, AP.
Je t'aime, AP. Je t'aime.
I still haven't perfected how to read French properly, but I think it's like c'est un parfum or something.
I heard a long time ago that if you're talking to a French person, just the last like two words he says, whatever the last two words he says are, just repeat that like you're surprised, and then he'll continue, and then you do it with the last two words of that sentence, and then you could just apparently just like have a conversation for hours and not have any clue what he's talking about.
That's amazing. I'll try that. I know this one. C'est la vie. C'est la vie.
C'est la vie?
C'est la...
And then he'll just keep on, right?
Oui, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. AP should talk German, said Michael, K19C Fan. Ich will nicht Deutsch sprechen. Heute Nacht müssen wir auf Englisch sprechen, damit uns auch jeder versteht. Ja, so ist es leider.
Ich mag das. Ich mag Englisch.
Ja, vielleicht sollten wir auf Deutsch fortfahren, damit auch alle, die nicht Deutsch verstehen, rausgehen können und wir auf Deutsch yes. Yes. Oui, mon chéri.
Mon chéri?
Mon chéri? Genau, said Ethan Matthew. And Days of Elijah said Baruch Hashem Adonai. I know that one. Everyone knows that. Actually, not everyone knows. Most people don't. I do, because I'm a secret Jew. AP, when is Mosab coming on the show? When? I actually got in touch with him. So I actually got a hold of him. And he said that he would like to join sometime in the future, but not right now. So yes, I actually got in touch with Mosab Hassan Yousef, and he did say, not directly, through a very nice person that is in touch with both of us very nicely, and he did say that he would do it, but not at this moment, but in the future at some point. So a little bit disappointing, and I said, how dare you delay it? I have been promoting you all this time. Now I will switch sides and promote Hamas. But that'd
be funny if like, hey, that'd be funny if like, depending on how nice people are to us on any given day, that's how we decide which side we're on. That'd be awesome.
I know. I kind of thought about that joke several times when I was speaking to Israeli people, but I thought, if I make that joke directly, that's a little bit messed up given everything that is happening at the moment. Yeah. Even if it's just a very stupid joke. So yeah. Yes.
Hey, so what's up with that Eurovision, man?
Eurovision's banging. So you probably don't know what Eurovision is because
no, I only heard about it from you. I mean, I'm sure I'd heard of it before, but I just never had. I have no recollection of hearing it. So if someone had said Eurovision at any point in the past, I had no clue what they were talking about, and I didn't care. And so I do not recall hearing about Eurovision until you said something about Eurovision.
Oh yeah, Eurovision is for those uncivilized Americans who are not familiar with European things. So in Europe, there is a music contest that takes place every year. It has been going on for like 70 years or so, which is like it kind of brings European people together. Some people care less about it than others, but so it's a music contest where different countries take part, and then the winner is decided by popular vote and by jury votes. And this Eurovision 2024 was especially controversial and got the world's attention because Israel is participating with a song that is.
Hey, was that your girl? Was that your girl being arrested up above that?
Yes, Greta Thunberg was arrested earlier today.
Oh, I'm gonna cry for hours.
She was also outside. I'm not entirely sure what happened actually, but she was at the Eurovision protesting outside because Israel is participating, and they were like, "Oh no, Israel should not participate. Israel should get out of the Eurovision." And
hey, quick question. Discussions of like the war aside, why is Israel in Eurovision? Like, what are the actual borders of the contest? Because it's obviously not just like Europe proper.
Yeah. So I think they decided at some point that participating countries was first only restricted to the European continent, but then they started expanding countries that are part of European culture, which goes outside of Europe. Australia also started participating, but they also opened up participation invitations for other countries that are neighboring Europe. Of course, people are now complaining about Israel. Israel is not European. Why are they?
So is that like? Are they like Northern African countries in there, or?
Yes. Well, they're not participating, although they have invitations. They have the possibilities to participate, but they have never participated.
Yeah, I always think it's interesting if a Muslim country is participating in like music content.
Yeah, I think that's why actually these countries have never really heeded the invitations. Actually, so I'm finding out right now that Morocco, for example, did participate.
Interesting.
2008, they did. No, 1980 they did participate, or appeared once. Other countries were here. Turkey has been protesting the Eurovision for 10 years now. Because they're like, we don't win because it's biased, because political. Honestly, I usually think that Turkey is very stupid, but on this one, they are actually right. Because there is a professional jury vote that just messes everything up and totally derails it. That's also what happened today, by the way. So Israel was very controversial. Here are the final results. You can see here on the final results that Israel came in 5th by total vote, which is very interesting. But the thing is, before the total vote, only by jury votes, they came in like 12th or something because the juries were hesitant to vote for Israel. But
what's the jury? Like judges, like a panel of judges or something?
They're judges by country. Every participating country has judges, like a jury that do supposedly professional jury voting, but they're obviously politically biased, and there was like a very clear bias against Israel.
You can see here. Okay, so you're saying that you have this jury. So these are like people who are selected to decide and vote, but then you have the audience, just people who are watching. They get to vote as well, and you're saying that the audience voted one way, and that the jury voted a different way. Yes. And that it's clear that but you know what that just reminded? It reminded me of like Rotten Tomatoes, when you'll see a movie that's like 98% approved by critics and like 30% approved by people who watch it, and it's clearly like there's something else going on. Or when it's flipped and it's like approved by, it's got like a 20% Rotten Tomato score from the critics, but like 98% viewers, and it's like, okay, someone's bringing some ideological issues into this in their decisions.
Precisely. Like here is how it looked. So results after national juries voted: is here. You can see Israel is on 12 with only 52 votes. Switzerland is at the top.
Keep in mind 12th still looks good, but if you look at the number of actual votes, there's a massive difference between like 52 and like 365 or 200 or 210, stuff like that.
And then what's amazing is like the jury votes are over. Israel is very low, and then it comes to okay, now we are going to get to the popular vote, to the audience votes, and then suddenly Israel receives a boost of like 323 points, comes number 2 by audience votes, and is then catapulted to the top for a moment, and eventually reaches number 5. But it's very clear, like Israel is heavily popular among the people, among the actual people who are watching and who are voting. But of course the elite, the whole those who pretend to be leading the culture and all that, the voter, the jury, and some of the artists, those in charge of the media and all that, they wanted to vote lower. This kind of also really blows or gives a blow to the narrative that Israel is kind of, rigging, or the Jews are controlling and rigging these big organizations and all that, because the opposite happened here. The professional juries voted Israel very low, while the popular actual people voted Israel very high.
The people who can be bought and sold and pressured and bribed, they voted against Israel, which means that whoever's pulling the strings is not pulling the strings in favor of Israel. Whereas average viewers who are sitting at home, they're not being paid by anyone. They're saying, Israel.
Yes,
it reminds me of like when people in the U.S. were you brought up polls showing what people in the U.S. think about Israel, and the most people support Israel. Whereas if you just paid attention to the news and the protests and so on, you'd think that the entire world just hates them and condemns them. And if you just paid attention, you would think like 90% of the world's population hates and wants to see Israel wiped out and so on. And it's just not like that.
But this is just a very clear demonstration of how social media and the stuff that you see of people hating Israel and all that is not a real representation of how the average people actually think and feel. And I said this before. That just brought to my mind what I tweeted a few days ago, where I said, don't be fooled by social media. The average person in the West feels disgusted by Islamists. Those who support Islamists are certain immigrant groups, some college students, and other uninformed young people. They are loud and annoying, but they don't represent the people. And this is just kind of a confirmation of that. The average population supports Israel. People don't like the other side. They don't feel like, Israel is doing wrong things. Israel needs to be punished for this. Israel shouldn't be here. Boo. No, the people love Israel. The people love Israel. Europe loves Israel. This was a big FU to all those people who go around saying, look, Israel is losing the popular vote, the popular opinion. Anyway, that's what happened. And people in this audience, they were booing Israel out or something. Let's see. Actually, the person filming this is booing, and some people around them, but it does look like lots of people in there are booing.
So it seemed like a mix.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, good comment there.
Which one?
From you.
Oh, from me. Oh, yeah. If Hamas were given control over Eurovision 2024, they would massacre the singers, organizers, and the audience.
That's true. That's what they do. That's what they do.
That's what they do. Everyone knows it's true.
We've now seen the videos that are circulating of them beating people with a crowbar and massacring people just for running up and grabbing some of the aid that's delivered, and they'll gun you down. Hamas gets total control of that, and they decide who to give it to, and they give it to their most loyal people to distribute. Meanwhile, the aid, which is there for the people, for the civilians and so on, can't have any of that. You got to get Hamas approval.
I saw the video of the guy just mercilessly beating a man with a crowbar, hitting
Yep.
him on his legs and his knees. Can you imagine how painful that is?
Yep.
And I expressed to my wife what I thought about that image at that moment. I don't want to repeat it, but there is a big cultural gap there.
Yeah.
Watching
Yeah.
it from a Western point of view.
As I can say, as someone who's had the crap beat out of me numerous times in my life, in the moment, you actually have a lot of adrenaline going, so it's not as bad. It's going to be afterwards. It's going to be afterwards where that's really, really going to be painful.
Here, speaking of Mosab, he tweeted about it, by the way.
Don't be playing that stuff, man. Don't be playing that stuff in your streams, man. Don't be playing that stuff.
Anyway, so here's the guy beating the guy brutally with a crowbar and hitting on his feet.
And look, there's a guy standing on him right there.
Yeah, one guy is stepping on his neck. The other guy is beating him with a freaking crowbar, hitting on his bones, trying to deliberately hit his legs and his feet.
And this is how they deal with their population. This is what happens to you if you do not obey us completely and mindlessly.
But this is just Arab culture. This is it's just cultural differences. You have to take that into consideration.
Yeah, and keep in mind the guy that's beating this guy with the crowbar and the people who are gunning down civilians who are running up and grabbing some of the aid. Those are the people whose side we're all supposed to be on. We're supposed to be on their side. Those are the good guys. Those are the good guys. The guys who go and rape and kill.
Well, it's cultural differences. You have to accept them. Mosab said, "Look what Hamas is doing to a hungry man who tried to steal from the American aid meant for civilians. Hamas thugs repeatedly beat him up with a crowbar, fracturing his bones as he pleaded for forgiveness. The savages have no mercy."
Dude, you've got like 5 or 6 awesome impressions down so far.
And he said, "I was an eyewitness to their brutality in Megiddo prison back in 1996, 1997. Oh, that just brings to my mind the things that he described experiencing in prison. Really, really worse than this. Like,
yeah. He talked in his in one of his interviews where he was talking about when you're locked up. If you're a Palestinian, you get locked up, then Hamas tortures you when you get the Palestinian leaders torture you when you get out to find out what you told and if you're a rat and stuff like this. And he said that the Palestinians were executing people for thinking they were snitches, but he said by that time he knows the Israelis and they're telling him like none of these guys is working. None of these guys are working with us. The only guys who are working with us are out of there. We've gotten them out of there and stuff. And so yeah, it's just it's wild stuff. But these are the good guys. These are the good guys. And keep in mind, I mean, this guy getting beat with a crowbar, he's got it good. Some of the other guys, they just open fire on.
Yeah. It's, I mean, one of the things that I just think of him describe. So he was when he went to prison, he initially was captured by the Israeli security they intercepted his phone calls where he was discussing with his cousin or so that they have these weapons and how they're going to transfer them, and the Israeli authorities captured the call immediately, got a hold of him, took him, locked him up. He admitted after a while that he actually lied to them, and initially he said, "Oh, we were just transferring broken guns or something like that." But he was actually meaning to carry out terrorist attacks. And anyway, long time in prison, he then switches over to the Israeli side, to the Israeli security, and they recruit him, but they put him back in prison among Hamas to say, if we release you now, it will be too suspicious. You have to spend a while there.
That's smart.
So that it looks like we actually have something on you, and we made you, spend some time in prison, and then once everything looks fine, you will get out and you will start working with us. So in prison, then he, because of his rank, because he's the son of a Hamas co-founder, he's respected and he's recruited as the guy who transcribes or who writes down the accounts of all the people who are interrogated by the Hamas leadership in prison and who are accused of being collaborators for Israel or traitors. Very, very ironic. And he talks about how they fabricate all kinds of things about anyone they don't like. Like Hamas, just they take a Palestinian person in there, they don't like him, or they suspect that he's a collaborator, and they just torture the person to make him falsely admit that he is a collaborator, upon which they then they execute him or they torture him, and then they get very, very disgusting confessions out of them and spread them among the public in Gaza and other places to bring complete public shame upon them and destroy their life forever. They and the torture he described, like driving nails into their fingers and things like that to make them say messed up stuff.
These guys like doing stuff with nails, apparently.
Yep. But it's just the culture, you know. All cultures are the same. You have to respect them.
Yeah.
Anyway,
you know what we should do? We should just bring in the entire population of Palestine
exactly
into Europe. Or matter of fact, just bring them all into the UK. Get it over with.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I forgot. This is the Negative Nelly show. We're supposed to be as pessimistic as possible. Remember that?
Yeah, it's all pointless anyway.
Bring them all into the UK.
Yeah. Let's bring every.
It's inevitable anyway. It's inevitable. There's nothing you can do about it. Just bring them all in. Get it over with.
Yes. Alhamdulillah. That's what they do. Heroic Charles said, Mojob makes me really hate Islam. I have genuinely had enough of it. Hungary was one of the few countries who blocked Palestine's entry into the UN, and Muslims got mad, wondering why we'd do that, forgetting about Islamic apartheid. Yeah.
But by the way, that is extremely important right there. That little comment, Mojob makes me really hate Islam. We've been talking about this. We've talked about this repeatedly. I just talked about it with Inspiring Philosophy over on his channel. But when Dawa shifted from Dawa guys who are persuasive, who are chosen because they can connect with a non-Muslim audience, when that shifted from that to Dawa guys who thump their chests and are good for speaking to a Muslim audience, but they're repulsive to a non-Muslim audience, it was already over right there, because Muslims are clinging to their guy who's thumping their chest going, we stronger than you, ha, 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 ha. And the whole rest of the world is going, oh my goodness. But that was kind of the end, because I mean, Dawa for years was keep non-Muslims at bay, let them think that Islam doesn't have all these intentions about subjugating the world, lie to them, trick them, deceive them, lull them to sleep, and convert and make a case that Islam is a good alternative for them, and just keep doing this and so on. Whereas now you've got Muslims rallying around a handful of Dawa guys who are totally freaking out the rest of the world. They're burning every bridge. They're severing every relationship with potential allies. Everyone in recent years, like the conservative people who thought Islam was going to be their ally against LGBTQ stuff. Jordan Peterson, all these people who are inviting them on. Hey, let's show that PBD. Hey, let's get these guys on here. We'll build some bridges and so on. And then they're getting modern Dawa guys. They're not getting guys from 10 or 15 years ago that they think they're still dealing with the same thing that they're familiar with from 10 or 15 years ago, where, hey, yeah, we have all these things in common. Let's unite around these causes. And so they bring these guys on. It's, yes, we're going to bang little kids. Yes, we're going to kill apostates. Yes, we're going to kill blasphemers. Unite with us, or you're an Islamophobe. And people are going, whoa, what is this mess right here? And so, guys, this is what you're dealing with. All the main Dawa guys now are turning people really, really, really far away from Islam, and that is awesome.
I don't know. That's not what I heard. I heard that people love Islam now because of Muhammad Hijab. Yeah,
urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
If you don't like it, get out. If you don't like it, leave.
Yeah.
Like
White trash Anderson. Said it's only 6 minutes after, and you already started. What crazy universe is this? I don't know. Something came upon me today, and I suddenly decided to go live quicker than usual. Not sure why.
The German side kicked in.
Yeah. Dr. Merve Aydin said, seeing you two together is always a delight. Sending love from Turkey. Hey, greetings and love back to Turkey. Are you on Twitter? Do you happen to have a profile on Twitter where you also talk with your face. I don't know. That just sounds very weird.
No, I talk with my arm.
I don't know. Yes, but thank you so much, and greetings back to Turkey, which is of course a country that I love so much, which I always express as much as possible.
It's the armpit of the world.
Arm of the world. Okay, let's see what's happening here.
Message of aid delivery, 1.3 million Palestinians, including 600,000 children, with nowhere left to go. This is what Palestinians were told was a safe corridor. That is why they all fled to Rafah. Rafah has been bombarded for the last several weeks, killing dozens of people every day. So I think at this point,
she's making a very stupid point that people keep saying all the time from the beginning of this war. In fact, they were saying, oh, look, they have nowhere to go. Israel is deliberately doing this. They're telling them to go to this place, and then they will bomb that place, and they will kill all of them. Where are they supposed to go now? It's not like we're talking about a place that is just a box, and you push them from one to the other until they're completely squeezed in. They were sent to Rafah. Israel has now worked for a very long time on creating an evacuation corridor and creating safe zones, which they actually put a lot of work and a lot of force and a lot of resources in, because apparently they want to kill everyone.
I just saw them showering the entire city with leaflets saying, "Here's where to go. Here's where to go. If you're not Hamas, go over here."
Yes, and they say we are going to bomb these zones, or we are going to fight in these zones. We're going to operate here. Here is a map for you where you can find a safe zone, humanitarian corridor, and this and that. So please evacuate as soon as possible for your own safety. And they make repeated calls. They drop leaflets. Leaflets in Arabic telling them to seek shelter, to go to this and this and this and that place. Hamas is not doing that, by the way. Hamas is telling them to stay at home. Israel is telling the Gazans, there is a safe zone, go there before things go bad. Israel is actually making the effort here to save them, and also giving phone calls, many of them.
And isn't that nuts that you like announce your battle plans ahead? Like, who does that? Who says, here's my battle plan, so that the people we're fighting can actually prepare, right? You don't normally want to do that. You don't normally want to tell the people you're about to go and fight, these are our plans, but they do that for the sake of actually saving some civilians. That's it's just wild stuff. But so it is weird that people, you're looking for the people that killed a bunch of your people, who are hiding among civilians and who still have some of your hostages. How do you do that? You kind of have to, if these are guys who hide, and they hide in houses and they hide in tunnels and so on, you kind of have to systematically go through the entire place to find them. That's what you have to do. And so that's what Israel's doing. And this all comes back to the same question we ask all along. If they're doing this wrong, what should they be doing? Tell us. Because the answer, for some reason, the real answer is, well, they should just stop existing or something like that. But at the very least, lots of people, what they have in their minds is just ceasefire, just ceasefire. Okay, there's a bunch of people who killed a ton of your people. Do you let them go? Is that what you're saying? Let them go. And they've got a bunch of your hostages. What are you saying? Just leave them there so that you don't hurt the feelings of college protesters. Is that what you're saying? Because that seems like it simply encourages future generations of terrorists. You can go and kill them, then just go hide. After a few months, Israel will give up and you'll be safe, and you can launch more terrorist attacks and take more hostages and rape more people. That's not the message you just want to send with people like this. You don't do it.
Yes, exactly. So here we have an example of a plan they put together. They say we will operate here. Here is the humanitarian area. Path to the humanitarian area. Go from here to there. Then they have more precise, like here they drop leaflets saying these zones, as seen over here, will be operated in. They drop more leaflets with precise instructions and so on. So much effort Apparently, for what? To commit a genocide, to just kill everyone. Yeah, sure. That's what Israel is doing. That kind of stuff involves a lot of hard work with lots of personnel involved to create a plan, to clear these paths, to prepare everything accordingly, to collaborate and to coordinate these paths and the safe zones and zones of operation with all kinds of different branches within the military and so on. This costs a lot of effort and a lot of resources. And why are they doing this? Not because they want to kill everybody, but because they want to avoid civilian casualties where they can. There are, I'm sure, and I've seen it, there are lots of people in Israel on the more far right end, more far right to the current government, who say, why are we making all this effort? Just go in and operate. We don't care. But the government says, and the IDF says, nope, we get it. We get the point, but we will do this. We have to do this. This is what we do. We will create safe zones. We will minimize casualties and so on. These instructions are given out all the time. And still people complain about it and say, where should we go? They tell you exactly where to go. And have all these people who have gone to Rafah so far been captured and trapped and deliberately killed? No, because otherwise they wouldn't be down there in Rafah. So when this woman Abby Martin says that they were all sent to Rafah anyway, where are they supposed to go now?
The safe zone.
The safe zone, yes. Rafah was a safe zone. Now they have different safe zones because they have to operate in Rafah. What do you think, that they're just gonna send everyone to Rafah and then never touch Rafah, where Hamas is now hiding?
Yeah, because once Hamas hears, oh, that's the safe zone down there, then where does Hamas go? They go there and they take their remaining hostages and so on. They go hide amongst there. But once you've gone through the entire place and you kind of have people cornered, that's when you can sort of be bringing people out into a safe zone and vetting them along the way. All right, you come in here, you come in here, yeah, you come in here. Hey, and guess what? Then you can't get in there with your hostages. You know what I mean? Like at first when you go across the border, you can hide there. You can hide in all of Gaza. You've got all of Gaza to choose from. Israel goes kind of house by house, building by building, tunnel by tunnel, and so on. And then they get it to where they've got the remaining jihadis down there, and they're cornered. And okay, now we're going to let civilians out. Guess what? You can't get through there with your hostages. So you're stuck in Rafah with your hostages, your remaining hostages, and they're letting the civilians out. Your days are numbered. You can't keep that up. So
yes, precisely. And there were, I saw this headline, which I just encountered again somewhere, which says Israel gives new evacuation orders. Hamas calls it a dangerous escalation. It's like
escalation, dangerous escalation.
Like we're supposed to listen to the concerns of Hamas. Yeah.
Like, oh no, hey guys, Hamas just called it a dangerous escalation.
Oh, maybe we should look into that. Maybe we should.
Maybe we should stop this because Hamas just called it a dangerous escalation, and we always, we get our rhetoric from Hamas.
Yeah. Israel orders about 100,000 Palestinians to evacuate Rafah. Hamas calls it dangerous escalation. Oh no. But if Hamas is concerned, then it must be. We should probably be careful. We should probably think about this once again.
Yeah. And keep in mind, Hamas gets it, right? Hamas gets it. Okay, if you start getting the civilians out, if you start getting the women and children out, and we can't get out with our remaining jihadis and with our remaining hostages and so on, then we're going to be trapped here, and the hostages are going to be trapped here. We're going to be trapped here, and the civilians are going to be evacuated, and then we're done. We're cooked. Stick a fork in us. So. That's why it is a dangerous escalation for them.
And by the way, when Israel is doing this kind of stuff, when they give direct evacuation orders, when they put everything on a map, make everything clear, and tell them in advance where they are going to be, where they're going to operate, what they're doing is that they're severely and significantly lowering the effectiveness of their military operation. And also risking the lives of IDF soldiers, risking the safety of IDF soldiers, giving Hamas an advantage, eliminating the advantage of surprise, and so on. So it's this is not good at all for the IDF. In no way. This is just bad for the IDF. If the IDF was just going after military success, just after destruction, this is terrible for the IDF. But they are doing this to minimize civilian casualties. However, even when they are doing this, like, how dare they tell people to evacuate? This is literally genocide. Seriously, man.
6 months into a genocide, to be deliberating whether or not Israel should continue with this onslaught, this military operation that will result in mass slaughter to continue their ethnic cleansing of Gaza is frankly absurd, patently so, considering what we've seen them do just in the last several weeks, Piers. Evidence of summary executions of doctors, evidence of mass graves, hundreds of bodies bound.
Mass graves has been debunked. Okay. We know this already. She's running with false narratives, which has already been debunked. There were no mass graves by Israel. That was what initially came out. It was graves at the hospital site from way before, during the fighting. It was not Israel going there to mass executing people and then burying them in masses. That never happened.
Yeah, she's saying this stuff, and she's got the freaking Terminator on the other side of the screen with her.
Yeah. Yes.
Dozens of men, women, and children bound. Evidence, according to the UN, of Palestinians buried alive using drones to lure out Palestinians with sounds of crying children so they could be shot and killed. I mean,
that's not true. I just read a UN article or UN announcement of the UN saying that it is disturbing that such reports continue to emerge, and that the UN calls into looking into these things. The UN did not announce that they have evidence of such things. They announced that they are reports of such things and that they should be looked into. She's just lying.
Unparalleled in modern history, actually. And the devastation that's occurred in the Gaza Strip, according to the UN, will take 80 years to rebuild without conditions. So at this point, Israel needs to be stopped before they continue this horrific onslaught, Piers.
Mosab, I'll get you to respond.
Did you hear that? They need to stop before they finish, which could be pretty quickly, and then the war could be over and Hamas will be wiped out. The hostages, whatever hostages are alive, will have been returned at this point, and then you could start rebuilding. Let's not do that. Let's just have a ceasefire so Hamas continues to maintain control over Gaza and keeps the hostages. Like, it's insane. Yeah. It's insane. It always comes down to, it's easy to complain about something. What is your alternative? If your alternative is massively insane and stupid, guess what? Sometimes things just have rough consequences, and it's kind of, you got to do it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just your response to that interview with an Israeli government spokesman, because I got to say, I found that pretty stunning that he would be so certain how many Hamas terrorists the IDF have killed, but admit he had no idea how many civilians have been killed, given that it's the deaths of the civilians that is getting Israel so much unpopular reaction around the world.
Because we cannot send the Israelis to Rafah and to dangerous zones to collect statistics and count the numbers. It's a very dangerous zone. Israel is looking from the outside. And also, who said that Israel is only responsible for the killing of Gazans? Mostly Hamas responsible.
So what they're talking about is that the Israeli speaker came in and was asked about the precise number of civilian casualties, and he did not give any information on the precise number of civilian casualties. Said that this is not something that I can announce or talk about. It is something that is up to further investigation and all that. What's the problem? It's going to be revealed in the end.
Yeah, imagine trying to figure out in like World War II, how many Germans did we kill? I don't know, a bunch. Like what? You kind of have to wait. You kind of have to wait until until the dust clears before you.
There are already estimates, and we already had those estimates by different analysts, including some who said that there is that 70% are civilians, that 62% are civilians, 65% are civilians, and so on, which are numbers that seem quite normal and not concerning. Not good, but not concerning. not extraordinary.
Yeah. So, guys, when AP says not concerning, not saying it's okay to kill civilians or something like that, he's talking about like in the history of warfare. 2-to-1 seems pretty common for wars. If you're talking about urban warfare, it becomes a very impressive number. If you're talking about urban warfare where you're fighting building to building and stuff like that, and you've got guys who hide among civilians and are trying to maximize civilian casualties so they can get more college protesters throwing tantrums, it's impressive. Like I can say, I'm impressed that they have it. That there's, you basically, even though you get some variation, it boils down to somewhere in the ballpark of a 2-to-1 civilian to combatant ratio. And given the type of warfare, which is, guys, this is a nightmare situation for a war where your opponent, your enemy, is deliberately trying to maximize civilian casualties while you're trying to minimize them. It's like an insane situation. That's what they're in. So I have to say I'm impressed, and no amount of Kelly Bundy here is going to change that.
Plus, very important stuff. Did we review this together? Did you see that? Did you hear that one phone call where the IDF personnel calls civilians in Rafah and tells them to evacuate?
They don't want to. No,
and the civilian refuses. Let's listen to this. Very important for the context. We're not just talking about people being prevented or people being randomly targeted or anything. Here is a recording between an IDF officer or IDF personnel making a call to a civilian in Gaza, telling them to leave, and the civilian doesn't want to leave.
كبيرة جدا في خطر كمان عليك لازم تطلع من البيت انت والأسرة وتبعدوا كمان نص كيلو تمام كم واحد معك كم واحد معك
الأسرة كثير في عندك
لازم يطلعوا كلهم كم كثير
يعني 20 كل الأسرة
كم عائلة
3 عائلات
تمام
60 people
يحكي مع الإخوة أنا بستنى.
Look, inform everyone that we will wait until everyone evacuates.
Yeah, so there's a building, 3 families, about 20 people each, big families. So about 60 people, somewhere in that range, could be 50, could be 70, somewhere in the ballpark of 60 people. And they're calling places and saying, guys, we have to bomb your area. This will be, hey, there's a we know where there's a group of Hamas guys hiding and stuff like this. So we got to bomb this building. And they're contacting the civilians there saying, guys, get out. We're going to wait. We're going to wait for you. We're going to wait for you to leave, but we have to bomb this place. There's a bunch of freaking jihadis right there. And it's no, we don't want to. And then, of course, when Israel bombs the place, they kill the Hamas after they've warned the people, then, oh my goodness, look, it's a genocide against these people.
UZ Win says, LOL, fake recording, not original Arabic. First off, it is Arabic. They're speaking Arabic. The Israeli officer speaks Arabic and has a strong Hebrew accent, strong Israeli accent, but they're clearly speaking Arabic, especially the civilian here. So you probably don't speak Arabic and make this comment. Secondly, comments like these are very common in response to stuff like this. Mm-hmm. Why in the world do you think Israel records this and publishes it? Do you think he's doing it so that Israel can convince dummies like you on the internet? That's not why they're doing this. They're collecting this and putting it all together as evidence to present, if asked, for example, if brought before a court, to present as evidence that the IDF issues many warnings to the civilians living there, telling them to get out, to leave, telling them explicitly, you will die, you will be harmed if you stay. They're not doing this for you. They're doing this to defend themselves, to protect themselves, and to present evidence. So they will present this evidence, and they will show them that they did warn civilians many, many times. This here is just one example which is publicized for you to see it. But there's probably much, much more like this in the background, which the public will never see, which would be presented as evidence if asked. And this, by the way, clears Israel and the IDF of wrongdoings. Because if they are tried for war crimes, and if it said Israel was deliberately targeting civilians, they will case by case say, look, during this operation, we had to strike this target because Hamas has been consistently using this target for military operations. We had to strike it. Striking it would also put civilians in danger. We made our best effort to tell those civilians to get out. We made the best effort to somehow move those civilians. They did not listen, however. Despite our clear warnings, they did not listen. They stayed and they died. You know what that means for Israel? Nothing at all. It means Israel did their job, tried to minimize casualties, acted proportionally in their strike, and is not guilty. That's what that would mean. There you go.
لحد ما تطلعوا ما في عندنا كثير واجد تمام يا ابو يونس.
احنا ابعاد عن البنك، احنا بعاد عن البنك.
اسمعني هذا خطير. يطلعوا من البيوت ويبعدوا كمان نص كيلو، كمان الختياريه وكمان الاطفال. هذا بعيد. القنبله حتكون كبيره.
يا حبيبي انا بقدرش اطلع كل الناس هذول انا بدي اقل شيء ساعتين عبال ما كلهم يطلعوا.
يا اخوي لو ما بتطلع انا بطوح.
انت طخ، انت حر، طخ اللي بدك اياه سويه، اللي بتنزل الارض.
واحد لازم يعمل كل شيء منشان ما تموت.
احنا
عندك مسؤوليه.
Dude, think about that. It's going to take us about 2 hours to walk out the door and walk down the street a little bit. Really?
We still
2 hours?
Dinner is getting ready. We still have to sit down and eat dinner, and then.
Can you imagine you get a phone call? Hey, can you imagine you get a phone call, or I get a phone call? Hey guys, there's a bomb that's about to drop on your house. You need to get out of there real quick. Like, well, I don't know. It's going to take a couple hours. Wait, what? We're telling you a bomb is about to fall on your house, and you're saying it's going to take a couple hours to go out the door.
Yeah.
And probably, seriously, probably what they really mean is there's a bunch of Hamas guys around here, and they're telling us to say 2 hours, so that gives them time to get to another location as well.
Yeah, yeah. But this guy is trying to negotiate with the caller, with the IDF guy. You're not in a position to negotiate. They have already sat down and made their plan thoroughly, which went through a chain of authorities. They're not going to listen to you. You are supposed to leave now. It's about your life.
عندك مسؤولية على الأطفال.
بدنا نموت، كل الأطفال لازم يموتوا.
لا سمح الله.
Do you see that? We want to die, and our children also will die, have to die.
عندك مسؤولية على الأطفال.
بدنا نموت، كل الأطفال لازم يموتوا.
لا سمح الله بدك تستشهد
عشان تبين بشاعتكم. الله يلعنكم. اللي بترمي السما تتلقى.
Yo, did you catch that?
Yes.
Do you want to die? Yes, so we can expose you to the world. Our kid, we are sacrificing our kids upon the altar of this larger goal to take out you. We will gladly toss our. That's why we call it child sacrifice, right? We have this goal of wiping out Israel, and if we have to systematically sacrifice every one of our babies, 2 years old, 3-year-olds, if we have to sacrifice all of our children to get rid of you, that's how much. Remember that famous quote? Who was that? One of the former PMs or something of Israel who said, "This will be over when they start loving their own children more than they hate ours," or something.
I think that was Golda Meir.
Something like that.
Loving their children
more than they hate us, or something.
More than, I think that was her. Let's say it was by Golda Meir. Yeah, she said. She said, peace will come when the Arabs will love their children more than they hate us.
And these guys saying, guess what? She's totally right. These guys are saying it. I hate you. I want to make I so incredibly desire to make you look bad that I'll give my kids. I'll sacrifice my kids to do that. If it makes you look bad, you can kill all my kids. You can kill all the kids in this entire family. If it makes you look bad, totally worth it.
Yep. This is just, it's so accurate and so on point. The Palestinian Arab side, they don't really care about lives and about preventing death, about preserving life and so on. They openly say it. It's a very well-known slogan now. We love death the way you love life. Actually, it's going to appear in this phone call as well, that phrase. And I mean, just no matter who's right and who's wrong, just looking at the history, if the Arab side did not fight, there would be peace. Okay, if the Arab side did not attack, there would be peace. If the Arab side would just accepted things as they are, there would be peace. It is never the Israeli side that attacks. So, peace will come when the Arabs will love their children more than they hate us, said Golda Meir. And this phone call is a perfect example of just people say that they want to just make themselves and their children die to then use this for propaganda. This is just clear evidence. This is exactly what the guy is doing here.
ما تقنعني انا ما بدي اطلع من البيت اقصف البنك اقصف الدار اقصف اللي بدك اياه سوي اللي بدك اياه
خلي يا ابو يونس ودك الاطفال يموتوا
انت خلص بدكاش الاطفال يموتوا ما تقصف البنك حيطان شو قاعد تقصف حيطان
يا ابو يونس هذا مش بي.
This guy is saying, yeah, we just don't strike the place. Like, dude, it's not up to the guy. This is not you and I. We have no decision. We have no authority here.
Yeah, this guy's job is to get civilians out of there. Because it's hey, dude, we're about to bomb this place. You try to get the civilians out of there. Okay, I'll get on the phone with him. Dude, civilians, get out of the place. No, if you don't want us all to die, then just don't bomb the place. No, going to bomb the place. We want you to get out. No, we want to expose you. We want you to look bad.
I imagine this guy is just here calling civilians saying, please get out. The guy says, no, we want to die. And he's still insisting, please get out. Please save your children. This could end very quickly, right? The guy, he could call and say, we're going to strike this place. You need to get out of there. And save yourself and your children. The guy said, no, we want to die, and our children too.
Yeah.
The guy could say, okay, bye.
Yeah, guys. So in terms of responsibility here, who's responsible for the deaths of these civilians, right? So these 60, if they went through with the attack, these 60 get tacked onto that number of civilian casualties and so on. Who's responsible for the civilian casualties? Well, it's a mixture. One, there's only bombing going on because of an attack against Israel, when a bunch of jihadis went in, killed and slaughtered a bunch of people, then took a bunch of hostages, and then ran back and hid among civilians in Gaza. Israel decided to go get their people back and to hunt down the people who killed a bunch of their people. So who's responsible for that? Well, Hamas is responsible for that. And the area, Gaza, is responsible for electing Hamas as their leaders, knowing exactly what Hamas's goals and agenda was. And then even here, if I'm telling you, guys, we have to bomb this area, this has happened, this is set in stone, we're trying to get you out of there, and you say, no, I want to sit here and die. And then after it happens, nope, look what Israel just did. Look what Israel just did. Look at Israel just indiscriminately bombing civilians. This is wild stuff, man.
Alhamdulillah.
يا ابو يونس هذا مش بايدي بقول لك صراحه مش بايدي انا بايدي شيء واحد انت حتعيش بسلام
انا بدي
انت والاولاد
السلام اللي من عندكم ما بدنا اياه السلام اللي من عندكم ما بدنا
اياه لو ما بتطلع من البيت هذا انتحار هذا حرام
اللي بدك اياه سويه.
Look, he's even trying to convince him by appealing to the Quran and by appealing to Islam and saying, if you stay there, it will be suicide, and suicide is haram. See the effort this guy's making to save the lives here. He probably doesn't have to do half of this.
No.
Yeah.
No, and there are people again, you're talking about like on the political spectrum. There are people in Israel who get ticked off about this. Why are you playing with these guys like this? Just go after them, be merciless until you get your people back. There are people there. So these, I mean, I don't know. it seems like they're being as careful as they can be while still doing what they have to do to kind of prevent this from happening again.
Yeah.
السلام اللي من عندكم ما بدنا اياه. السلام اللي من عندكم ما بدنا
يا
اياه.
لو ما بتطلع من البيت هذا انتحار، هذا
انا
حرام
بديش أطلع.
حرام
اللي بدك اياه سويه.
حرام من القرآن.
القرآن انت بتعرف القرآن؟
لا
انت اصلا في القرآن ممنوع ملعون.
Oh, you're cursed in the Quran. Oh, he should have flipped right back. You're cursed in the Quran if you commit suicide right now. You're cursed in the Quran. He should really. I mean, I like the approach. I like the approach to using the Quran to try and save lives. You and I, AP, know that there are all kinds of problems with that. But if you're trying to get a guy to get kids out of the building, I'd be going real hard on this. I'd be going, look, if Allah tells you not to do something and you're doing it anyway, are you even a Muslim? Do you want to face Allah knowing that you disobeyed his command right now? Is that what you're trying to do?
This is a perfect example of an exchange between the Jewish side and the Muslim side.
Oh, and I would add, hey, if Allah tells you not to do something and Hamas tells you to do something and you obey Hamas and not Allah, don't you know that is shirk? That's the unforgivable sin. You're going to commit shirk and then go stand before Allah with your children. Is that what you want to do? They should let us be the negotiators, man. We go harder than this dude.
This is like the Jewish guy is reaching out and saying, "Hey, let me save your life," and the Muslim guy goes like, "Whoa, get the hell out of here, you Jew! You're a Jew. You're cursed in the Quran." This is a perfect example of the typical interaction between Jews and Muslims.
انت اصلا في القرآن ممنوع ملعون. سوي اللي بدك اياه حبيبي. اللي بدك اياه سوي. كله بده يموت عنا.
Everyone wants to die.
And here you have the
we
phrase.
love death the way you love life. My goodness.
احنا عندنا الموت زي الحياة عندكم. الخير اللي منكم بدناش اياه. بل قيادة جيش الدفاع تبعتك انه ابو يونس ما بده يطلع من البيت. سووا اللي بدكم اياه.
He even sounds sad in his voice here as he's saying this, but does he not realize the freaking situation here? And
بل قيادة جيش الدفاع تبعتك انه ابو يونس ما بده يطلع من البيت. سووا اللي بدكم اياه واللي بترميه.
And he says, "Fine, I'll let them know." That's it.
That's it. And that will go down as Israel indiscriminately bombing and slaughtering people.
Yeah. If now Israel bombs the place and this family being in the radius is harmed and dies, they will say that Israel is indiscriminately bombing and committing a genocide. By international law, Israel did everything right here, as far as it appears.
First of all, for taking human shields. Second, they're booby traps. How could you differentiate the death that it was caused by an airstrike or by Hamas death trap? How do we know the difference?
Well, yeah, but
in
the
war,
point I would make
people
then,
die.
Yeah,
listen to me. All this moral, Pierce, no, listen to me. All this dilemma.
You don't interrupt me.
Your whatever morality. This is war. In war, people die. You need to wake up to this reality, accept it. Stop this denial. We are in the face of savages who hijacked an entire society. This is a very difficult war. No other army can do the job, and I'm not willing to risk thousands of lives of foot soldiers to deal with this type of savages who hijacked the entire society. 100,000 people could have died. Israel is doing everything they could. Don't reduce it to the point. Do you have statistics? Who cares?
Well, actually,
Egypt.
no, I think.
Who cares?
Yeah. I mean, keep in mind, from Pierce's perspective, saying who cares? What? You say you don't care? No, you don't. Of course, we don't have accurate statistics right now. We get our statistics from Hamas. No one's in a position to go in there and gather statistics. So we're getting them from Hamas. We can't trust them, so we don't know. What does that have to do with anything that's going on right now? Are we supposed to pull out, until we get accurate statistics, we can no longer continue going after the people who took our people hostage? Like, what is this? This is weird stuff. But I mean, Mosab's bringing up a very important point that, like, people have forgotten what war is like, right? Like, people in the 20th century, especially first half of the 20th century, They remembered it. After World War II, people were pretty darn sick. Western nations were pretty darn sick of wars at home. They put up with wars in, far off places and so on, but people were in the West were sick of wars at home. And what happened is the population just lost all concept of what an actual war is like. And you could tell in the objections that get raised about what's going on in Israel. What? Civilians are being killed in a war. How's that even possible? Do you know how war works? Do you understand the concept of what happens? But people are dying. Do you understand that that's what happens in a war? You've been so sheltered since you were born in 2001 or whatever that you have no concept of how a war actually works. And you think if there's an actual war, then what's supposed to happen is no one's going to die. And if someone happens to die, it's just going to be a soldier who's out there charging against someone, and then he dies. And that's all that happens. And anything beyond that is just it's genocide.
Yeah. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Man, oh man. I'm just looking through our Twitter history here, and
powerful stuff.
I'll get to it.
You're missing my
Palestinian
point.
Authority,
Yeah, Mossad.
Jordan.
All right.
The Arab world don't want Hamas at whatever cost.
Mossad.
Whatever it costs, we want to remove Hamas from power.
Okay, I understand that. That's a different question. My point is why...
Do you?
Well, why does...
Why are you stuttering?
Yeah.
Do you?
Do you?
I love his constant righteous indignation at everything anyone says.
Yes.
Is this for you? Why is it that if, as you say, Israel has no way of working out who's being killed here, and I know all about war. My brother served in wars in Iraq and Afghanistan.
My brother served, so I know.
What kind of a stupid... I know all about war. My brother served in 2 wars.
Yep.
Okay.
That's borderline the anecdotal fallacy, but it's close. It's in the ballpark. Okay.
It's the worst. It's much worse.
Served in wars. My grandfather served in wars. My uncle served in wars. I don't need a lecture.
Therefore, Piers Morgan is an
Therefore,
expert.
I understand that anytime a war is going on, the winning side must have accurate statistics of who's dying on the opposite side, or we will whine about it.
About what warfare is, but I do find it surprising that Israel's official spokesman, months and months into this war, is able to tell me immediately how many Hamas terrorists have been killed by Israeli forces, but admits he hasn't got a clue how many civilians have been killed. And I'm sorry, I think most viewers will find that stunning. You say Israel has no way of checking, but they seem to have a way of checking how many Hamas they're killing.
Pretty sure the IDF didn't actually give out numbers in terms of how many, or Israel didn't give precise numbers on how many they have. They have an estimate.
Well, it's also
is not here to talk about how many civilian deaths.
Well, it's also connected to like principle of embarrassment type thing. If you're Hamas, you don't have a reason to exaggerate the number of combatants who are killed, right? You don't want to discourage your combatants. So there's no reason if 10,000 of your combatants have been killed, there's no reason to say 20,000 combatants have been killed. The world does not care. The world does not care if a bunch of Hamas jihadis have been killed. So you have no reason to inflate those statistics. You have a very, very, very compelling reason to inflate the number of statistics of civilian casualties. You have a very, very compelling reason to inflate the number of child casualties, of women casualties, and so on. You have a reason to inflate those statistics. So that's why you'd say, if Hamas is saying this number of civilians have been killed, we definitely cannot be sure of that because they have a reason to inflate those statistics.
You see what happens when you see what is just being said about the current numbers. Even so, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, which is Hamas, there are currently 34,000 deaths. Okay, But listen to the people online complaining about the deaths in Gaza. They will say 30,000 or 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Isn't this enough? 30,000 Palestinian civilians have been killed. 40,000 civilians. Obviously, people
40,000 children.
Obviously, people don't care. It's like none of them had to be killed, or like if 5,000 Hamas members had been killed during this war, that would be to them 5,000 Palestinians have been killed. I'm sorry, this is war. Okay, this is war. Stop appealing to emotions and saying, "Oh, there are so many deaths. There's so many." Yes, we know that there are so many deaths. We know that there are so many dead people. This is a war, a very brutal war that Hamas asked for and initiated. And in this war, the goal is to destroy Hamas entirely. And yes, in a war, there are civilian casualties. Yes, in a war, it may be true that significantly more civilians than combatants or militants die. That's called civilian casualties. It's called proportionality. You're trying to minimize civilian casualties, but it happens anyway, especially in such a place like Gaza. War is hell. This is how it goes. If you didn't want a war, you shouldn't have applauded it. If you didn't want a war, you shouldn't have asked for it.
If you wanted there to be nothing, you shouldn't have started nothing.
Yeah. Okay.
Mosab.
Listen, it's Israel's responsibility to know the death of their own citizens. This is their responsibility. I think your question was absurd. This is why you put him on the spot. He was not prepared for it. But this is not going to change the reality on the ground. The reality on the ground, Hamas must go. The only side want Hamas to stay is the Iranian Ayatollah. And for some stupid reason, Karen in America wants Hamas to stay.
Did he say Karens? Did he say Karens? Did he just say Karens?
He said Karen.
like her specifically?
And for some stupid reason, Karen in America wants Hamas to stay.
She smiled. He called
She's
her Karen.
smiling. Her name is Abby Martin, by the way.
He called her Karen. This is Mosab. Mosab's brutal, man.
And she's smiling. That's funny.
But the Arab world, let me tell you something. Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the majority of the Arab world. We are Arabs. I am Arab. We are not Palestinians. We don't want Hamas. We don't want Islam. We want Islamists out of power.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
All right.
I have to disagree with Mosab there. It would be very nice if that was actually the general Arab opinion and attitude and desire.
Yeah,
to
that
get
would be
rid
nice.
of Hamas and to get rid of Islamists and all that. Unfortunately, it's too good to be true.
I think he was just a bit sloppy there. He's talking about like Hamas and not wanting this. I think he's saying, wait a minute, if we really cared about these guys and so on, the Arab world would be inviting all the people don't want this stuff to continue. I think it was kind of a sloppy way of kind of saying that if we really cared about this and we really wanted Hamas and everything, people would be doing a lot more, but they don't, because it's Westerners on college campuses and stuff like that. And Karen Bundy, they're the ones defending it. Yeah, I mean, by the way, I mean, there is a noticeable difference here of like, I know there's tons of support against Israel in the Muslim world, but you also see lots of people, even in the Muslim world, who have a real problem with the Palestinians and with Hamas and so on. Like there was that guy, so there was a big Islamic thing up on the Temple Mount, and some guy jumped up and started like waving a Hamas flag or something. Like they started pelting him with shoes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was all Muslims. It was all Muslims up there, and they started throwing things at him. So it's like there are clearly people who didn't want him up there doing that stuff. And yeah, again, guys, Gaza shares a border with Egypt. Egypt could evacuate the entire population. They could evacuate any civilians they want. They could evacuate they could say just the women and children evacuate for a while. They won't touch them. They won't touch them. They want nothing to do with them, no matter what the entire Muslim world is. So Yeah, I can't say the Muslim world is really on their side. Yes, lots of the Muslim world still hates Israel and so on, but not you can't say they really care about Palestinians much.
This is very, very interesting. I'm looking at a report from Middle East Monitor right now, which is very much on the forefront of propaganda here. According to this report, it says more than 10,000 women were killed in the ongoing Israeli onslaught on the besieged Gaza Strip, the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees said on Friday. This was when? May 3rd, just a week ago. In a statement, the agency said the war in Gaza continues to be a war on women. Over 10,000 women have been killed. Conditions are appalling. More than 34,600 Palestinians have since been killed. But they say 10,000 women. 10,000 women out of 34,600 Palestinians. Am I reading this right? Are they saying here that 10,000 women have been killed? And in total, 34,600 Palestinians have been killed? And that would mean that out of these 34,600, only 10,000 are women?
Yes.
Because if so, then that doesn't look like what they are always describing, like the vast majority of them
indiscriminate killing.
It doesn't look like the vast majority of them are women and children.
Well, you don't know the number of children. What if it's another 10,000 children?
What if 24,000 are children?
Yeah, there you go. So 10,000 women, 24,600 children. That's who's been killed, making up a total of 34,600 Palestinians.
Yeah. All the data that was published, even from the propaganda branches of Hamas themselves, through the Gaza Health Ministry and UNRWA, it doesn't look like there is an indiscriminate killing of women and children going on. That's not what it looks like at all. Not at all. That's so funny. It's not funny, but it's kind of funny. According to wait a minute. So per Gaza Health Ministry, the total number of deaths are 34,000, including 14,000 children and 10,000 women. And by children, by the way, they mean everyone under the age of 18. So if you are 17 years old and tomorrow is your 18th birthday, but you are killed today, that means you're a child.
But wait. AP.
What?
According to the Muslim cowboy, can't a 7-year-old, 6-year-old, 8-year-old, 9-year-old be a woman?
Yes.
A mature woman? Yeah.
Yes.
That's what he said.
Yes. So if these I'm not going to say that these numbers are accurate, right? But so here's, for example, the killing of 13,000 children, 13,750 children in the war. So let's say 10,000 women and 14,000 children. I'm not going to say that these numbers are accurate, but if these numbers are indeed accurate, and in total there are 34,000 deaths, that wouldn't mean that there is an indiscriminate killing of women and children going on here. It would mean that we are possibly arriving at a very reasonable number of a regular 2-to-1 or more or less in terms of combatant to non-combatant to combatant death ratio in Gaza. That would mean that there is no sign, just looking at the numbers, of a genocide here at all. That there is a war with civilian casualties. And that's no surprise because Hamas relies on civilian casualties for their propaganda. That's what they do.
And especially since this is a completely different type of war. I mean, how many wars are you familiar with in history where one side is saying we want to maximize civilian casualties among our own population to make you look bad?
Yes.
That's a new thing. I mean, imagine any other war in history. If the people if one of the sides is saying our main goal in this war is to maximize the deaths of women and children on our side. That's what we want to do. Because at the end of it all, after we've lost, we'll at least have made you look bad. Nightmare situation.
Been killing Jewish and Arab children.
Right.
This is not your game. This is not her game. It's not about statistics.
It's not a game.
It's about doing the correct thing of removing Hamas from power.
Mossad,
end of the story.
let me interrupt, because you quoted Saudi Arabia in your rant there. So let me read you a statement from the Saudi Foreign Ministry. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs expresses the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's warning of the dangers of the Israeli occupation forces targeting the city of Rafah as part of its systematic bloody campaign to storm all areas of Gaza Strip and displace its residents towards the unknown in light of a lack of safe zones after the massive destruction caused by the Israeli war machine. The ministry affirms the kingdom's categorical rejection of the occupation forces' continued blatant violations of international resolutions, calling for the cessation of these massacres and their violation of international law and international humanitarian law without deterrence, which exacerbates the humanitarian crisis and limits international peace efforts. The ministry renewed the kingdom's demand for the international community to intervene immediately to stop the genocide carried out by occupation forces against defenseless civilians in the occupied Palestinian territories. So when you say all Arabs agree with you, Mosab, actually they don't. That is the Saudi Foreign Ministry saying they want it to stop right now.
As we speak, the intelligence services of the Arab world, all of them in a joint operation room with Israel to rid of Hamas. I don't care about some politician trying to make a political statement. It's false. The reality on the ground.
Saudi Arabia did for the first time make a condemnation and call it genocidal, which is kind of a terrible move because Saudi Arabia is kind of has been insisting that they want to normalize relations with Israel.
And because isn't what Saudi Arabia has been doing in Yemen, like if you're talking about civilians dying and so on, isn't that like way worse?
Yeah, actually, it's similar. It is actually similar. What's happening is that there in Yemen, the other side, the Houthis, are fighting against Saudi Arabia, and they are ruthless. Both sides are kind of entangled in a really messed up war in Yemen. But let's not talk about Yemen because in Israel it's Jews. Yemen doesn't matter. Nobody gives a damn about hundreds of thousands of deaths. We have to
no
talk
Jews.
about
If the Jews aren't involved, what's that they say? If there's no Jews, it ain't news or something like that. No Jews, no news.
No Jews, no news. No Jews, no Jews, no news. Yemen civil war 2014 to present. Let's see how many people have been killed so far.
Well, I think a lot of the deaths are actually just starvation because as a result of the war.
Yeah, 377,000 thought to be killed. Nobody cares. There are no Jews there.
Jews.
So, no, nobody cares.
We don't want Hamas. We don't want Islamists. We don't want this anarchy, this revolution without a moral compass. We don't want to globalize it. We don't want to bring it to the United States. The game is over. Hamas is out, and their death warranty has been issued.
Death warranty.
Job.
All right.
And we are going into Rafah, and we are going to eliminate every last one of them.
Let me bring in Abby. I mean, if you want to be listening to this, I mean,
it would have been funny if he accidentally said Karen right there. Let me bring in Karen. I mean Abby. that would have been the greatest moment in the history of Piers Morgan.
Globalize the Intifada. No.
We say no. We will get every last one of them.
I understand why Israel and Israelis want to eliminate Hamas completely, because this is a terror group who are wedded to the eradication of Israel and everybody in it. In fact, they have reiterated publicly through their official spokesman a desire to commit as many October the 7th as they can. So I completely understand.
I really wonder what Abby will say in response to this.
Why Israel wants to get rid.
But it's because they're forced to. They've been put in this situation by Israel.
Without killing many, many more.
Oh, wait. Why was I using a girl's voice? She has a total, strong.
No, she sounds like this.
She sounds like she's been smoking for 20 years.
Arab countries now in the region increasingly concerned that if there is a full attack on Rafah, which has 1.5 million people, a lot of civilians are going to die.
Right, and to your point before, I think the death toll is actually vastly undercounted, considering how we have not even began to excavate the bodies under the rubble. So I would say that the death toll is a vast undercount. As far as Mosab,
Hamas has been really underestimating the number of casualties.
Yeah.
Hamas has been doing that. They've been lowballing everything.
The actual death count is I think around 5 million or so.
Yeah, once you go under the rubble, you're going to find 5 million dead bodies, Pierce. It's definite.
Yeah, and then under the earth, under the ground, from all the past generations, they're also part of this war. Yeah.
That, Mosab is the Palestinian who hates Palestinians. He's developed a lucrative career being able to lie about facts about this conflict. And so when he says Palestinians,
oof, something harsh is coming. Look how he's nodding.
You messed with the wrong one, little girl.
being able to lie about basic facts about this conflict.
Look at his face.
So when he says Palestinians or Hamas, what he really means is
there we go. Oh, you got the smile. Did you catch it, AP? Did you catch it? He gave the smile.
Yeah.
Back it up. Wait for it. Pause it on the smile. You are done. When you see that smile, that is the last thing you see.
Yeah.
That's the last thing you see in life.
Yeah. When you have that
guy shows up at your door and you see that smile.
Run. Run. Run.
You're toast, lady. You're
I
so
have basic facts about this conflict. And so when he says Palestinians or Hamas, what he really means is all Arabs and all Muslims. In fact, I've seen that plain as day in his social media.
Holy freaking! She actually just accused him of basically calling all Muslims and all Arabs terrorists.
Yeah, which is kind of the opposite of what he just said. He said Arabs don't want this. Hey, go back. I want to see that smile one more time. I want to show you
seriously
what a reaction should be.
He's sitting and saying that Muslims and Arabs don't want this stuff. He's basically defending them and making them look good. And she's saying, oh, he actually thinks all Muslims are terrorists.
Yes, that's what he says. He just said the opposite, but
about this conflict. And so when he says Palestinians or
Hamas,
a
reaction. Yeah. That's what every sane person is saying on the inside when they see that smile.
Yes. Really means is all Arabs and all Muslims. In fact, I've seen that plain as day in his social media and talks. He thinks that all Muslims are terrorists. And so, I mean, this is credited to the point that he is actually credited to jailing what is called the Mandela, the Palestinian Mandela. Marwan Barghouti. This is a guy who he put in prison 20 years ago who was...
Are you freaking... She's going to actually defend Marwan Barghouti here. Okay, I didn't know the context of this. I heard later that he got really angry. He was talking about Marwan Barghouti and how she, as an ignorant idiot, is sitting here defending him. But Marwan Barghouti has been locked up. He is indeed looked at as a hero and a possible leader of Palestinians. The guy has been locked up for, I think, life, because he was in the leadership of the first and second intifadas. And he has lots of blood on his hands. Lots of civilian blood on his hands. If it was a different country, he would be put to death. He would be, I don't know, man.
Marching side by side with Israeli peace activists denouncing Hamas killing civilians. So again, I mean, when we're looking at someone who's worked for Israeli intelligence, who spouts the same rhetoric as Israelis, who say Hamas, but what they really mean is...
As Israelis. This is kind of, it's funny how it has become acceptable to speak about Israelis in this way, not about Israel or about certain parts of Israel or the IDF or Netanyahu or the current Israeli government and all that, but about Israelis in general. As you have seen, it's also become quite normal to just condemn any Jew and any Israeli and all that. If you reverse that, of course, it becomes unacceptable and genocidal. But yeah, just talk trash about Israelis as much as you want.
All Palestinians. I mean, it's really hard to debate someone on the fundamental reality and the principles of, the facts of this conflict. Now, to your point, Piers, about what should they do about Hamas, I reject the premise of Israel's genocide. I'm not going to sit here and say, yes, Hamas is a terrorist organization and they need to be eradicated. Of course, that's not true. And I think that we can both agree.
Whoa, no. You done messed up now, Karen.
This is why I called her a Hamas apologist, because she is pro-Hamas.
Yep. You don't have to actually destroy Hamas. You don't have to Israel doesn't need to destroy the terrorist group on the opposite side of the fence, who is shown they can get past your fence. And kill tons of people and take a bunch of hostages and slip back across the fence You do not have to destroy those guys. You can just let them continue doing what they do.
She keeps defending Hamas in different occasions. There is not a single occasion that I have seen where she actually condemns Hamas for anything they did. Didn't condemn them on October 7th, didn't condemn them throughout the years. Always sticks up for the poor Hamas. Says that they are different now, that they have changed, that they are not genocidal, they're not evil. Says here, shares propaganda that normally pro-Hamas people share, like saying alleged human shields don't prevent Israel from bombing. After cementing the lie that Hamas decapitated 40 babies, Israel cemented the lie that Palestinians blew up their own hospital. Israel never claimed that that 40 babies were decapitated, but she is using the same talking points to basically defend Hamas by going for the straw man and lying.
Well, even just saying that that Mosab is claiming that all Arabs are terrorists or all Muslims are terrorists or something like that. Total straw man. She's straw manning it.
Mm-hmm.
He has said he has a problem with Muslims because they're still defending an ideology which is sentencing him to death and so on, and so he just wouldn't, he even if someone doesn't support that stuff, he still has a problem with them. But I mean, he literally just before she started talking said the exact opposite. He said most Muslims don't want this, they don't want the Islamists, they don't want these things.
Here she says, we keep hearing that Hamas are the Nazis. Meanwhile, and then she posts a screenshot which says Israel should make Gaza look like Auschwitz, council head. Of course, she's again using false propaganda here to defend Hamas. If you actually go into this article, and by the way, which she doesn't, because she's one of those people who rely on misinformation. If you actually go into this article, the article doesn't say that Israel should cause a genocide, that Israel should commit a genocide and make it look like the dead people in Auschwitz. What the article is suggesting is that the person quoted here says that the population of Gaza should be relocated somewhere else, and Gaza should serve as a museum to display the atrocities that have been committed in there and from therein. So the article, probably also a very terrible title by the Jerusalem Post, but the article doesn't at all say what she implies the article is saying. It's not calling for a genocide at all. Just read the article. But yeah, she relies on these lies and misrepresentations in order to defend Hamas. Here she actually clipped this part of the video. I reject the premise of Israel's genocide that something needs to be done about Hamas. When Israel is the brutal colonizer, Israel has no right to do anything to Palestinians. I'm sorry, but why would anybody actually sit down and take seriously the accounts of a woman who thinks that there is nothing wrong with Hamas and that Israel has no right to act against Hamas and that Israel is actually the colonizer and actually the brutal one and Hamas is totally fine? Her opinion doesn't matter at all. Okay, she doesn't matter at all, and this is why I say that Israelis should not apologize and try to, convince people like these that they're doing the right thing. This person is just an evil, messed up propagandist and an apologist for Hamas. What in the world does that mean? That Hamas is not a terrorist organization? That Israel doesn't have the right? Israel gave Gaza the right to self-govern. They elected Hamas. Hamas said that they have no intention to make peace, that they renounce the peace process, that they will never stop fighting, that they will never recognize Israel. They refused to renounce violence, which is why the conflict is now ongoing. It's not because Israel was like, oh, we don't really care what you do. We will attack you anyway. Yeah, piss off.
Agree.
What do you mean that's not
it's
true?
An impossible task. It's not true that something needs to be done about Hamas. I don't agree with that framework and the parameters of that debate.
Why?
Because Israel's been committing ethnic cleansing and genocidal policies against the Palestinians for 70
But Hamas literally
years.
has a charter. Yeah, but Abby, hang on. Hamas literally has a stated.
been committing ethnic cleansing and genocidal policies against the Palestinians for 70
But Hamas
plus
literally
years.
has
Israel has not been in charge of most of the Palestinians for 70 plus years.
Yeah,
The
wasn't
war
that
started.
wasn't that under the control of like Egypt and Jordan and all these other
Yes,
places?
yes. Jordan was in charge of the West Bank, and Egypt was in charge of Gaza. In fact, Jordan annexed the West Bank and had no intention to release it as a separate, independent Palestinian state. They wanted to make it part of their own country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Meanwhile, Israel was normalizing or naturalizing Arabs after a period of military control and giving them citizenships.
Yeah, and hey, and so when has Israel been involved in ethnically cleansing them? You say it's been going on for 70 years. They've been doing a terrible job because the population is booming. So when was this ethnic cleansing? Well, Pierce, you know very well that after Israel was attacked in 1967, they actually fought back. That's ethnic cleansing. And then in 1973, when they were attacked again, they fought back yet again. That's ethnic cleansing. And then after all these endless terrorist attacks, blowing up cafes and blowing up buses and gunning people down for decades, they actually built a fence. That's ethnic cleansing. It's as clear as day, Pierce.
Man. Total population. There are numbers. I think it's like since the 50s or so, the population has grown by. Geez, I mean, this is saying state of Palestine, which did not exist officially. It only came into existence in 1988 actually, and relies on claimed territories that don't exist. But let's say that they're referring to the territories that we currently have. 1950 had a population of 944,000. Now has a population of 5 million something. It's just going like
worst ethnic cleansing / genocide in history. Israel. It's weird. If they're like these global masterminds and they have this like tech empire and this weapons empire, and they're trying their hardest to genocide people who are right there on the opposite side of a fence, and all the population does is boom. What's in these bombs, people? Fertilizer?
Plus
fertility drugs. They're putting fertility drugs. They're putting fertility drugs in all the water they're sending us to expand our population so that they can genocide us even more.
Maybe they're doing like forced breeding, like people do to cows and stuff like that, to get milk. Maybe that's the genocide they're talking about. I don't know. Arabs under Israeli government directly, who are citizens, are also rapidly growing. They're booming. Nobody's doing anything. Nobody's killing them. Nobody's getting rid of them. Nobody's sterilizing them. This is the worst ever genocide. I mean, I have to say, Israelis terribly, terribly incompetent in the whole genocide business. What is this, man?
As I reiterated
but
before,
Abby, hang on. Hamas literally has a stated charter of the elimination of Israel. That is the purest personification of a publicly stated policy of genocide
that's not
I can
true,
imagine.
That's not true. Their revised charter says that they actually recognize the existence of the.
There is no revised charter. There is no revised charter, Abby. There is no revised charter. And we'll get to that in a second.
Israeli state among 1967 borders.
No, that's not what
they actually recognize the existence of the Israeli state among 1967 borders. That's the revised charter, and they actually make a political differentiation between Zionism and Judaism.
So
That's
when
the
their
actual
official
charter
spokesman,
from us. So you keep pointing to us. You keep pointing to a random spokesperson. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not random. He's the official spokesman for Hamas, and he said literally 2 weeks after October the 7th, we are going to do this again and again and again. That is an existential genocidal threat to the existence of everyone in Israel. Clearly, said publicly on camera. I mean, he's brazen about it.
Look, I think that when you're comparing one guy and his statement to literally
one guy. meaning the official spokesperson of Hamas. We have numerous statements, right, from the spokespeople for Hamas saying we will do this again and again and again until they are totally destroyed. But she's like, oh, no, it's just one guy.
Spokesman,
of
Abby.
genocidal statements. Okay, but look at the official spokespeople of Israel, Piers, and look at the actual.
Wow. There we go.
Hey, we actually got an authentic smile from Mosab there, right? Like other times his smile looks forced, looks like he's, okay, I'm being told to smile now. But there, it looked like he actually grinned at what she said.
Yeah.
Genocidal statements. Okay, but look at the official spokespeople of Israel, Piers, and look at the actual genocide. You cannot compare the two. It's a complete false equivalency. One guy is saying one thing, the other dozens of Israeli ministers and cabinet officials and public media personas on TV are saying one thing and actually doing it on the ground.
You would allow Hamas.
Yeah, okay.
احنا الدولة لابد أن نزيلها لأنه بالفعل هي تعتبر كارثة أمنية وعسكرية وسياسية للأمة العربية والإسلامية، يجب أن تنتهي. لذلك احنا لا نخجل من نقول ذلك بكل قوه انه اسرائيل لازم نأدبها وحنأدبها مره ثانيه وثالثه، ومش هذا حتكون طوفان الاقصى اول مره، لا حتكون ثانيه وثالثه ورابعه لانه احنا.
Who decided to crop it and put a stupid thing on this like this? But yeah, he's saying here. So this is official spokesperson for Israel, for not for Israel, for Hamas, Ghazi Hamad. Hamas political bureau official spokesperson went on TV on multiple TV channels, asked again and again, also authentically has a massive zabiba on his forehead.
That's what I listen to, right? Like normally you listen to someone, you look at their eyes, you look at what they do with their hands to tell if they're telling the truth. I look at the zabiba. You can tell this guy means what he says.
So he says they will do it again and again and again, and that Israel has no right to exist. Let me actually go to the memory source directly. They're doing a fantastic job taking all of this out here.
لابد أن نزيلها لأنه إسرائيل دولة لا مقام لها على أرضنا. إحنا الدولة لابد أن نزيلها لأنه بالفعل هي تعتبر كارثة أمنية وعسكرية وسياسية للأمة العربية والإسلامية، يجب أن تنتهي. لذلك احنا لا نخجل من نقول ذلك بكل قوة إنه إسرائيل لازم.
So this guy sits here. He says we are not ashamed to say this. Israel has no right to exist. It is a danger to the Arab and Muslim world. We must get rid of it entirely. We must teach Israel a lesson. We will do this again.
حنقدمها مرة ثانية وثالثة، ومش هذا حتكون طوفان الأقصى أول مرة، لا حتكون ثانية وثالثة ورابعة.
Al-Aqsa flood, which is October 7, was just the first time. There will be second, third, fourth.
لأنه إحنا لدينا إصرار ولدينا قرار ولدينا إمكانيات أن نقاتل ونحارب، لكن كما قلت لك بدنا ندفع ثمن. نعم إحنا مستعدين. معلش بدي أقول لك بشكل واضح، إحنا اسمنا شعب الشهداء ونفخر أنه.
You see that? We are a nation of martyrs. We are happy to sacrifice martyrs.
By the way, isn't it crazy? You have the Dawa guys going around. We love death more than you love life. For us, death begins. For them, life begins. Incoherent, but you get the idea. Then this guy, yes, we are a nation of martyrs. And then you have actual recordings from people in the IDF trying to convince people to leave so that their families don't die. No, we want our families to die so that you look bad. Ha ha, kill us all. We love death more than you love life. Ah!
Alhamdulillah.
And it's like, at what point, Westerners, do you realize these people don't think like you? And you're dealing with something completely different that you cannot treat with kid gloves. This is very, very dangerous. An ideology that trains little kids to be obsessed with seeking martyrdom. They're not inventing this. Muhammad said it. He swore by Allah, I would love to be martyred and then come back to life and then get martyred and then come back to life again and then get martyred and then come back to life again and then get martyred. It's the greatest thing in the world, according to Islam. Martyrdom. That's what you're dealing with. And you still, but you just gotta go in there and just ceasefire, man. Just go in there and ceasefire. That's what you do. What do you do when you're confronted by that? Ceasefire? Okay, they come and kill a bunch of people. What do you do? Ceasefire? They took a bunch of your hostages. What do you do? Ceasefire?
Look at this. This is the Hamas charter of the Hamas updated charter from 2017.
Powerful.
People who know this know that this is complete nonsense. But look at what she just said, right? Look at what she just said.
For one thing, the other dozens of Israeli ministers. And look, I think that when you're comparing one guy and his statement to literally
He's the official
dozens,
spokesman, and he said literally 2 weeks of genocidal.
pointing to us, you keep pointing to a random spokesperson that actually recognized the existence. That's not true. Their revised charter says that they actually recognize the existence of the Israeli state among 1967 borders.
You heard that right here. She says that
she said it.
She says that the updated charter of Hamas actually recognizes the existence of the Israeli state. Let's go to the charter itself. Here it is, the full text of it. Hamas 2017 charter in full. Here, 19. Article 19. There shall be no recognition of the legitimacy of the Zionist entity. I mean, it's just a direct contradiction right there. There shall be no recognition of the legitimacy of the Zionist entity. Whatever has befallen the land of Palestine in terms of occupation, settlement, building, Judaization, or changes to its features or falsification of facts is illegitimate. Rights never lapse. Judaization, by the way. So, she's saying, oh no, it's actually not true. Hamas in 2017, in a 2017 charter, says they recognize Israel. And here the charter directly says there shall be no recognition of the legitimacy of the Zionist entity. Who is right? Who is right about what Hamas actually wants? Hamas or her?
Says that they actually recognize the existence of the Israeli state among 1967 borders.
Liar. Liar.
Liar! You're a liar.
That's it. Such an easy refutation. You can go there and act all smart and all authentic and good and make these claims and act like, oh no, you don't know what you're talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. But it takes a second, 5 seconds to point to reveal how wrong you are, how you're lying. Incredible, man. Incredible.
Media personas on TV are saying one thing and actually doing it on the ground.
You would allow Hamas to stay in power?
On the ground. It's not up to me, Piers. Hamas is...
Jeez, can you stop with this stupid, it's not up to me.
It's up to the people of Gaza to decide which terrorist group they want to put in power to go kill Jews.
You've been expressing many opinions.
But here's the thing.
What's your opinion?
Marwan Barghouti is the most popular unifying figure in Palestinian society. He would resoundingly... Marwan Barghouti is the most...
Wait a minute. Is she saying Marman?
You've been expressing many opinions. What's your opinion?
Marwan Barghouti is the...
Is Marman a name?
No, she called him Marman twice now. The guy's name is Marwan Barghouti.
Yeah, Marwan's an actual name. That goes back to the time of Muhammad. He killed a woman who was the daughter of Marwan.
That's a very well-known name in the Islamic world.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about Marwan Barghouti here.
Yeah, I know. I know an Arab Christian whose name is Marwan.
Wait, but she didn't just... I'm hearing this correct, right? She actually said Marman twice.
Marman. I think she's thinking of Mormons.
It's not up to
It's
me.
Mormon, not Marman. Mormon.
Representative of a large...
You've been expressing many
Okay,
opinions.
but here's the thing.
What's your opinion?
Marwan Barghouti is the...
Yes, she actually said Marman, and then she again said Marman. So it's not even
You don't even know what the name is. How can you tell me that I need to defend this terrorist when you don't even know his name?
Most popular unifying figure in Palestinian society. He would resoundingly win in an election against Hamas. So what this is about, this isn't about Hamas. This is about eliminating every faction of Palestinian resistance, peaceful or not. It is not about Hamas.
It's all about what Hamas did on October the 7th.
But Piers, I think we both know it's not. Because what a
stupid objection. Hamas is in charge right now because they were elected. They are in charge. They're not going to just go away and be like, okay, all right, guys, we will have a peaceful election and let somebody else rule. Hamas is in charge. Hamas is leading Gaza. Hamas is acting. Hamas is carrying out terrorist attacks. Hamas is starting a war. And the Gazans, 70% of them support what Hamas did on October 7th. That is what we're dealing with. That's what Israel has to deal with too. What an idiot.
The military occupation founded upon. When did Hamas come into power? We know that this isn't just about Hamas. What was Israel doing in the West Bank the year prior to October 7th? They killed 500 Palestinians, 80 children. This is ethnic cleansing. This is a military.
Yes, they killed 80 children. That's ethnic cleansing. That's how you ethnically cleanse people.
Occupation. As long as you have these policies in place, you will never get to the root of the violence, Piers.
All right, Mosab, there was an allegation there that you think all Muslims are terrorists. What's your response to what Abby Martin said?
Well, you know, this is Abi's desperate attempt to discredit me. I am a man of the field. I fought against Hamas as part of intelligence, legitimate intelligence organization, against savage group that were targeting civilians in suicide bombing attacks, waves of suicide bombing attacks that they killed people indiscriminately. So Abi today want me for some reason to apologize for saving human life because my truth challenges her convenient truth. Abby does not have the authority. She's just a self-appointed low-grade journalist. How can you be a journalist and you call this a genocide, ethnic cleansing? And she just keep repeating ethnic cleansing, genocide, colonialism, etc. None of it is real, including Palestine. It's only in your head. None of it is existential. Palestine was never born. How can you free it? It was never there. It's just a colonial entity, and some people choose to make it into a national identity. And this parrot has been just repeating Hamas propaganda. Marwan Barghouti that she's talking about him, she never met him. I knew Marwan before he got to power. He's a criminal. He killed 5 people. He has blood on his hands. He cheated on his wife. He has a secret son that he never revealed it to the public. Of course, I can criticize him, and I can criticize.
Look at her. Look, what he is demonstrating here right now, what he's doing there right now is you have no idea who you are talking about when you talk about Marwan Barghouti.
I know him.
I
know the guy. This would be like someone who's never met you and stuff. And David, let me tell you about the apostate prophet. I know the apostate prophet. I know him.
Let me tell you,
you're spouting a bunch of complete nonsense here. By the way, this is the only clip of this discussion that I actually saw before we went live. I saw this little clip here has been circulating on Twitter. I think I shared it. But, yeah, he's brutal here. This brutal smackdown.
All the criminals that I know personally. She's been there only for a visit, and maybe she had some falafel sandwich, you know, and she was blown away of the Palestinian experience.
She was blown away by the Palestinian experience with her falafel sandwich. This is what I mean. This is what he is actually the best at. You're talking to a guy here who is probably, I don't know, maybe AP, you can think of someone else. He's probably the best person on the planet to be actually commenting on the situation because he like really understands both sides. Like he's been in there. He understands the Palestinian side. He understands that. His dad was one of the founders of Hamas. He understands it. The people you're talking about and defending, he knows them. He's been there, and he's been in the Israeli prison system, and he's been on the Israeli side. Like, who is better, who actually understands everything involved and understands all the different perspectives involved to give commentary? Who's the best in the world to comment on this? Kelly Bundy here thinks she is.
Yeah.
And she thinks she's giving him an education. I'll tell you how it really is. If you just, Marwan, you don't even know his name.
And we also know that Hamas actually recognizes Israel and just wants peace.
And you know what's the worst part is, as he's saying these things, she's like, yeah, I did visit there and eat a falafel sandwich.
And it was actually good. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was good. And yeah, that is all the experience I actually have on this issue.
And that's when I decided that Israel is committing a genocide.
Because I heard it while I was there eating my falafel.
Yeah, because of a lot of those kind of
has been just repeated to make it into a national identity. And this parrot has been just repeating Hamas propaganda. Marwan Barghouti that she's talking about him, she never met him. I knew Marwan before he got to power. He's a criminal. He killed 5 people. He has blood on his hands. He cheated on his wife. He has a secret son that he never...
That's the funniest part. That's the funny part, because he knew these guys. He actually has like behind the scenes dirt on all these guys.
But this is the thing. He is doing a demonstration here of, you have no idea what you're talking about. I actually do. So shut up.
This guy, he has illegitimate children. Do you know that? No, because you're stupid.
He cheated on his wife. He has a secret son that he never revealed it to the public. Of course, I can't criticize him, and I can't criticize all the criminals that I know personally. She's been there only for a visit, and maybe she had some falafel sandwich, and she really was blown away of the Palestinian experience. There is no such a thing as Palestine. It's about time to retire, find a different job. You're not a journalist. You don't qualify even to be a mother.
Wow. Abby.
That's sick burn, right? Dude, this is what everything he just did is like psychological, like some of the elements there are like psychological warfare. You're like crushing the person psychologically, and then you end with, and you're not even fit to be a mother, right?
Yeah.
He actually defended, because that clip circulated as just that. And then people are like, what? You're telling her she's not fit to be a mother? And he pointed out, look, in context, if you're defending this group going and killing little kids and then using their own kids as human shields, and you think that is good and they should be propped up, and you don't condemn that, you have no business being a mother. You don't have a business being a mother if you think that kids are, your children are political tools and stuff to be sacrificed for your political causes and stuff, and that you get to go and slaughter the opposition's children and so on to make your political point. Just stay away from kids, girl.
You know what? Just hearing that part, him finishing with "you're not even qualified to be a mother," my initial reaction is, okay, that's a bit much. That's a bit much. But with that clarification, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It actually makes sense.
Yeah, I had the same, because again, the clip that circulated that I shared, it doesn't include the context of that. She's not even talking, right? So it's just him right there and concluding with, "You're not fit to be a mother." And it's like, I'm like, whoa. It's like, it seems random. It seems like a random attack. When once you understand what he's saying, yeah, it's like, oh, okay.
And that is no Palestine.
Mosab, it's usually a
even to be a mother.
Look at her face.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I want to hear that last part again.
For a visit, and maybe criminals that I know personally. She's been there only for a visit, and maybe she had some falafel sandwich, and she really was blown away of the Palestinian experience. There is no such a thing as Palestine. It's about time to retire, find a different job. You're not a journalist. You don't qualify even to be a mother.
Wow. I mean,
dude, that is brutal. Like every step of that. Like, I mean, this is him ranting, but I mean, just think about how brutal that was. You have no freaking clue what you're talking about. You're talking about people. You don't even know their names. I know the guy. I know all sorts of behind the scenes details about the guy. You have no clue what you're talking about. What is your basis for having any clue what you're talking about? Oh, you went for a visit there and ate a sandwich? You're a parrot for Hamas propaganda. That's what you actually do in life. You have no business calling yourself a journalist. In fact, you don't even qualify as a mother.
But she knows about Marwan Barghouti. So
Marwan Barghouti. Marwan Barghouti.
Marwan Barghouti. That's what she knows.
I know all about Marwan Barghouti. I read an article about him.
This guy knows him. This guy knows the guy. Knows what a dirtbag he is and what a murderer he is.
Wow. Abby.
Pierce just goes, Abby.
It's usually a public figure. If they were caught lying about half the things that they said, they would be completely discredited and never allowed airtime. You are spewing such ahistorical anti-Arab bigotry that not even the fringe.
What?
Where?
What did he just say?
Yeah, all I saw was, hey, you don't know what you're talking about. I know because I was there. I know the stuff you're talking about, and you don't know what you're talking about right there. That's all I know. As far the only thing you could point to as far as historical is him saying Palestine wasn't a thing or a national identity that's made up, which he's absolutely correct about. We've been through this a million times. Guys, there's the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire fights against the Allied powers in World War I. They lost. Their territory is divided up under the control of the British and the French after World War I. After World War II, they gave a little spot of that to Israel because the Arabs in the area had been conspiring with Hitler to come down and wipe out the Jewish population. And the Jews had a pretty compelling case. Can we not be under the control of the guys who are conspiring with Hitler to wipe us out down here after they'd finished wiping us out in Europe? Can we not be under their control? Yes, what we'll do is we'll divide up the land. You take, since it's under our control because we won the war, we'll take this tiny little part of the Ottoman Empire, take this tiny little part and give it to you, and the part beside it, the Arabs can have control of that. And what happened? The Arab nations declared war. That's when was there a Palestinian national identity? Never. It was invented later for political propaganda, which she is a parrot of.
Wait a minute. I don't know who this woman is, but I'm seeing right now that she actually had her own 9/11 truther movement in the past.
It was the Jews.
Told the Associated Press that she no longer subscribed to conspiracy theories regarding the attack in 2014. But for a long time, she actually was like, it was an inside job and it was organized by these and these and these peeps. Okay, that's very weird. Anyway.
Of Israeli society would agree with you. I mean, not even Israeli historians agree.
I'm not anti-Arab. I am Arab. I am Arab. This is my ethnicity.
Sir.
Islam is just
anti-Muslim bigotry.
I am not a Muslim.
Mosab.
We are Arabs.
Isn't it crazy that this chick who's Jews are behind everything? Yes, Hamas is genocide. Oh no, it's not a genocide because they're doing it. Hamas's freedom fighting is entirely justified because they're going against Jews, and she's complaining about being anti-Muslim.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, then anti-Muslim bigotry, which is frankly appalling, considering that there's a billion people on the planet who would be characterized you as, extremists.
A billion? She thinks there's a billion Muslims?
According to you. But Mosab, not even Israeli historians would agree with the fact that you claim that there's no military occupation in the West Bank, that there's no apartheid state. Israelis at least admit, yes, those things exist, but here's why they're necessary. And
she didn't understand his point at all. He was saying this myth of this Palestinian national identity, and there's Palestine there, and then Israel shows up and takes the land over from the Palestinian people who were there. He's saying that's a myth. That's made up. And guess what? He is entirely correct here. She interprets it as there's no kind of intervention or occupation, or Israel's not doing anything anywhere, and so on.
Yep.
So she doesn't even know like the basic history and what he's talking about here. Like she doesn't know the name of the guy she's saying should be the leader of the Palestinian territories.
Plus, she's also misrepresenting Israel's position here. She's making it look like, oh, what are you talking about? Everybody agree, even Israel themselves agree that there is apartheid. Don't be ridiculous. No, Israel's official position is not that there is an apartheid, but that apartheid is necessary. That would be ridiculous, because that would be basically an accusation, a degradation. What Israel says is that Israel does acknowledge that there is a military occupation, but that the military occupation, given the circumstances, is necessary, including checkpoints and so on. Israel rejects the description of it as apartheid, or of Israel as an apartheid state. It would be ridiculous for Israel to accept such a suggestion. What is she talking about?
Yeah, she's a freaking idiot here. I mean, guys, the idea is, there's a checkpoint, and you have to actually go through a checkpoint if you want to go from the West Bank or from Gaza into Israel. There's a checkpoint, because so many terrorists have come through in the past and killed tons of people. Now they check you. Now they check you when you come in. They make sure you don't have a bomb on you. They do. They check you. They look you up and see, oh, has this person been here a bunch of times without having any problem? They check you. It's apartheid. This chick's a lunatic, man. Complete lunatic.
Drunkenology Duel says, David, I challenge you to a game of Logic, The Gathering. You will be dominated. My non-sequitur card is undefeated. Wow.
Yeah, I'm terrified.
Wow. Sheikh Yadik says, Abby Martin is the Walter Duranty of our generation because they both covered up starvation for tyrannical governments. Huh. This is based. Danny, what do you guys make of how well Israel did in the Eurovision protest vote? Maybe, yeah. I would. Here's the thing: or Eurovision. I was actually watching the semifinals, and one of the presenters said at some point, so they're joking a lot and talking about the history of Eurovision, and she finishes with, and of course, we all know that Eurovision is totally not political, and the audience is laughing, because it is officially not supposed to be political, but it has become a joke, a very well-known joke that it's not political, because it is political. It has lots of political aspects. Everybody knows this by now. So there is a big anti-Israel push. From the elites and others. The general population just stood up and supported Israel today. Israel, genuinely, I listened to all the songs. I actually sat down and listened to all of them. I thought to myself that Croatia or Israel would win. I personally
wait. Based on the songs?
Yes.
Yes, that's something I was wondering. I was like, because I think I listened to like a minute of the Israeli song when you first mentioned Eurovision. When you first mentioned it to me, then I think I saw after that I watched like a minute of the Israeli song. Not my kind of music, but that's what I was kind of wondering. It's like, okay, if you've listened to the songs, is Israel kind of where it's supposed to be? Like if Israel came out and they had like, it's just the best song and so on, and then they get like 12th place and you say, okay, that's political. Or if they had a crap song and they got like, second, third, fourth, fifth, or something like that in the rankings, then it's clear like people are voting for him just because they're siding with Israel. So it's kind of wondering how it would actually rank, how it would rank apart from any political considerations.
Israel had musically, I would say, the best song or one of the top three songs, and it is fascinating. I actually had goosebumps listening to it the first and second time. I thought it was fantastic. It was amazing. Most of the songs are trash. They're very generic. Some of them sound like stuff you hear at the mall when you go to the mall.
Well, it's Europe. What else are they going to play?
and I actually did listen to all of them, and I did think that so I know this is an unpopular opinion among many people. I actually did think that Croatia, Israel, Greece, Italy, and Ireland, yes, I said it, Ireland, actually had very nice songs. I liked them. But the Israel vote was... It's because it's good music, because it's amazing, and because I would say a lot of people in Europe wanted to use this and show solidarity with Israel with everything that is going on, and they did so. And it was just exposed how the elite, the judges, the juries are terrible. They're just pushing against what the average population thinks. But tonight was a good win for Israel, actually. Vilma said, I hated Ireland. LOL. I actually know the singer. I actually knew about that singer before the whole Eurovision thing. And I thought, this is I like that kind of music, this dark horror pop music.
Oh, that's what it was?
Yeah.
Was it Danny Boy again? Was it Danny Boy?
No, it was.
Oh, Danny Boy. The pipes are calling.
But it was, but the song and the setting had, like, the choreography had these very, very demonic, very like satanic under.
They should have had that. They should have had that river dance stuff out there. You know what I mean? Everyone loves that.
Yes.
People would have lost it. They should have had something upbeat and like river dancing and stuff. I mean, they're great at that stuff. Why would they not do that? What are they, stupid?
They wanted something different, and it worked. Michelle B said, y'all are awesome. I look forward to the weekend so I can hear you guys talk about all things relating to Islam. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it as well.
That's what we do. We make people look forward to the weekend.
Yes. The next Zakir Naik said, I just had another conversation with my best friend in the whole world, Ali Dawa. He's still a whole lot nicer than David. I believe that. I have to check that out. Hope it went very well. Yes.
Yep.
White Lily, what's up?
Hey, notice what the next Zakir Naik just said. That Ali Dawa was nice to him. Yep. Who's Ali Dawa's target audience? Stupid, gullible people. Coincidence that he's nice to you?
And children. Mohammed Hijab said that Ali Dawa has a very special connection with children.
Yeah, he sure does.
Oh, yeah. Only 4 minutes late. There's hope for you yet. Alhamdulillah. I feel so proud of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
improving.
GoTub. What's up, GoTub? GoTub said, wir sind die beste Website im Internet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's very, very nice. Mr. Bukhari says, David, if you haven't already, why not watch the live replay of your recent stream and react to those super chats you missed? AP almost to 500K. Yes, that's what you should do, David. That's how you should spend your time.
Hey, you still need to do something huge for your 500K. That video you were mentioning a video. You sent me a message about a video, big video you want to do. That'd be perfect for 500K.
What video?
You mentioned you texted me and said you had an idea for a video going through the tactics of the Dawa guys, but actually showing clips of them using these tactics, like debate tricks. So like Dawa debate tricks, and like posting a video and like naming their various debate tricks, but showing them using those tricks. Yeah, so that people watch it ahead of time and they know and can name the tricks. And then when they see a Dawa guy doing it, they can be, oh, you're doing this thing.
Yes, I remember that.
That would be a slamming video.
It's supposed to be a funny video.
You could even if you this might be a good one to like come up with an outline ahead of time, like of various Dawa debate tricks, and then but also ask people, say, hey, what other debate tricks have you seen Dawa guys, and send us video clips of Dawa guys using those tricks, and you can kind of put it all together and like if you made it something like top 10 deceptive Dawa debate tricks or something like that, and put it all together with examples, powerful stuff.
That's beast. Inshallah, we'll see.
Like an easy one, just like right here. What I was just talking about with IP is how they like with Muhammad Hijab and Daniel Kikuju, they're constantly citing sources. Ali Dawa, when he said, "Oh, this guy has discovered," and they're never accurately representing what the source says, but simply saying that there's a source makes the dumb audience think, "Oh, this guy really knows what he's talking about," even though he's completely lying. Yeah. Stuff like that.
I made a video on Dawa tactics a long time ago. I could revisit that, but make it better.
Needs an updated 2024 version.
Better. Typical hijab, no criticism, only ad-hom attacks. We need to look at that as well.
Oh yeah, we haven't even gotten into hijab. That was the whole.
Eurovision is cringe. May Alan's curse be upon it, inshallah. Big Zaman said America isn't allowed in Eurovision because we would win. Spirit Sama said, I think my first super chat disappeared. I don't know if it disappeared. Say anything here. Peace be upon me. Said, just got back from my trip. Miss you boys. Hope you behaved good during my absence. Your shows was late and had to deal with Imam shouting every morning. Oh, that sounds terrible. That sounds like literal genocide. I hope you're well now. Mushko, and fun fact, the same Muslims who represent a European country and boycott Israel will be the first to be sent to perform the traditional Can They Fly challenge. Coming to you live from rooftops in Middle East. Very, very, very bad. The Third Orange USA also has something like Eurovision. It's called American Idol. It unites everyone in peace and harmony every week. That's totally different and totally bad. Terrible, actually. Shield Maiden for Christ. Eden may be the bravest singer ever. Bravo. She was fantastic.
Was that her like coming out there and waving an Israeli flag, on the?
Yes.
I think I saw that. It's like, yeah, was pretty tough.
I mean, in the middle of everything, in the middle of all the pressure, all the public attacks against Israel and her presence and all that, she did very, very well. And she's like 20 years old, apparently.
I would have done a different song given the situation. I would have named my song like "Suck It Hamas" or something like that, and just rock the stage with that.
But here she was, came out and performed very, very well, waving the not the Hamas flag, but the Israel flag. That was very, very good. Very good stuff. BGC Vitan said, second, Israel, 323. 12th, by jury vote. We need a t-shirt. Yeah, they will be hard to put on a shirt. Tyler LaFlamme, who's that hot girl you keep scrolling by? Oh, I was scrolling through my Twitter feed, and I guess by hot girl, you're referring to her, who is the singer of Israel.
You're talking about Greta there for a second.
Yeah, unless you're talking about Greta here. So I think maybe it's about Greta. So the hot girl that I keep scrolling by is actually Greta Thunberg. You can look her up. Here. This is the hot girl I was scrolling by. Just kidding. So it was probably her, the singer for Israel, Eden Golan, and she did very, very well. Very, very well. Yes. Okay. Anyway, Paul said Dev has a French following and his vids are translated. Oh. See.
Who's Dev?
I don't know, some person. John West said G.K. Chesterton and I choose the donkey. Huh. That makes a lot of sense. Panchman said, but the people are retarded. I think
one of the
about
funniest things. One of the funniest things ever.
I think about that so often.
And then Joe Rogan imitating him saying it is classic too.
Oh, really? He did that?
For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, that's I forget what his name is, but that was the guy who democracy. There we go.
Democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded. So let us say, government by the retarded, for the retarded, of the retarded.
I like how he's like super slow.
Yeah.
Oh man, that guy's funny.
Faux show.
Should call him Goat Show.
So slow though.
Because he's the. That's funny. I was going to say you call him Goat Show because he's the goat, but Goat Show would mean something completely different to our Muslim viewers.
Yes. It would be terrible to sit there and listen to that through that whole thing. Him talking so slowly. Man. Yes. Let's see.
Justified. They don't even agree with you. You're so fringe that I don't even know where you're coming from. I mean,
I may be fringe, but you are cringe. Haha.
Of the conflict and the reality.
Not fit to be a mother.
I don't know how we can really even discuss this.
Notice Pierce. She did not refute my point that she is unfit to be a mother. This debate is over.
Apparently, we will not be able to listen to a single thing they're saying tonight because David is speaking for them now.
Agree with the basic facts of the conflict and the reality in front of our eyes. I don't know how we can really even discuss this.
Yeah, because you don't qualify.
She said, I don't know how we can discuss this. Because you're not qualified. He's just like this. He can destroy her in a sentence.
Everyone's entitled to an opinion.
Pierce, best case scenario, if there is an occupation, it's between Israel and Jordan, or it's between Israel and Egypt, because it was not an occupation of a country called Palestine. There was never Palestine in history. This is not an absurd statement. It's reality. Palestine never exists. That was not a country. It was not a nation. It's not an ethnic group. We are Arabs. We are the Arabs of Judea and Samaria. And when I was born, like millions of Palestinians, we had Jordanian birth certificate. The people of Gaza were Egyptian with Egyptian birth certificate. There was no Palestine. Yasser Arafat created this entity, and everybody believed him. And this lie must die. This is why I don't like what Abby and her likes doing by trying to delegitimize Israel. She's trying to discredit me. Who gave you the authority? How dare you?
You are a
I'm son
spy.
of that region.
You're
I'm
a
a
spy
child of
for
that
Israeli
conflict.
intelligence,
You don't.
Mosab.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, he actually worked with the Israeli intelligence, with the Israeli security, with the Shin Bet. Okay,
Yeah.
so what what exact does that mean?
Yeah, this is a person who's been who was born and raised on the side of the Palestinian / Hamas cause, and he came to reject it and thought it was so bad that he became a spy to undermine it. And you're saying, therefore, he doesn't know what he's talking about. What in the name of common sense are you talking about?
It is not funny. It's not funny. You
intelligence.
How dare
You are a
I'm a son
spy.
of that region.
You're
I'm
a
a
spy
child of
for
that
Israeli
conflict.
intelligence,
You don't-
Mosab.
It is not funny. It's not funny. Your
It is not
your
funny.
false
Funny at
narrative
all.
need to
It's-
stop because
it's
you
not
are
funny at all,
creating chaos.
Mosab.
Listen, Abby, you are bringing
Mosab, you're
chaos to the
very-
United States, and you will be held accountable. You are just a
Okay.
criminal like them.
Sure. Okay, Mosab, you can't.
The thing is that Mossad was a spy at some point, and his work stopped a long time ago. So I don't know why she says you are a spy. It would be a very weird thing for him to be a public spy.
Can't be taken seriously, and you're not legitimate because you have
I
worked
don't
for
care if
Israeli
you take me
intelligence to out
seriously
your
or
own
not.
people. But listen,
Sooner
okay, but
or
Mosab,
later
you
you
can't discredit
realize.
my reality.
He actually saved lives. Okay, while you were sitting there, he actually saved lives. He actually prevented suicide bombings. He prevented terrorist attacks against civilians. He saved Palestinian lives. Okay, he saved Israeli lives and he saved Arab lives. He saved people's lives. That's what he didn't go around killing people. His job consisted of giving information and preventing attacks. That's it.
Reality as well. You can't discredit my reality as well. I was in the West Bank. I had assault rifles
I had the falafel.
pointed at my head from a 17-year-old American from Palo Alto. That's an occupation.
You are in my
Mosab.
domain right
That's
now.
a military occupation.
You are in my domain.
You're in my house. Welcome to my house.
You have to respect all the effort that I put to save human lives, and you cannot reduce that into some propaganda because
why
it's
on
not.
earth would I
It's not
respect you
about
for
Israel,
putting
it's
the
about-
leader of Fatah, Mosab? You put the most unifying, popular Palestinian figure. You are credited to putting him in prison. This is someone who would win an election against Hamas. He is a peace activist. He was fighting for a two-state solution.
Are you freaking kidding me, man? He was leading the most violent so-called rebellion, actually an attempted war against Israeli civilians. What kind of a freaking peace activist is that?
This isn't about Hamas, and you know it. This is about you shutting down, tamping down on all factions of Palestinian society. And let's be clear, what is Palestine supposed to do?
I wonder, Israelis sitting there and watching this kind of stuff, when she talks about peace activists, and we're talking about the second intifada, for example, the first intifada and second intifada, and she's referring to their leaders as peace activists, I really wonder how the average Israeli feels with your experience with the Intifada and its impacts on society. I really wonder if this wins people over, if this wins Israelis over. Like Israelis who actually experienced the second Intifada. Like, do they sit there and think, oh, yeah, she's talking about those peace activists? Jeez.
What are Palestinians supposed to do when in 2018, thousands of Palestinians in Gaza marched peacefully to this fortified perimeter fence that Israeli snipers have authorized themselves to shoot to kill? And that's exactly what they did. There
you go. You have to make me do this again. You have to make me do this again and again. So what is she talking about? Let's have a quick recap here.
Supposed to do. What are Palestinians supposed to do when in 2018, Thousands of Palestinians in Gaza marched peacefully to this fortified perimeter fence that Israeli snipers have authorized themselves to shoot to kill. And that's exactly what they did. They massacred over 200 peaceful demonstrators, medics.
So in 2018, she says the Gazans, the Palestinians, were peacefully marching toward Israel, and Israel opened fire on them, thereby killing people. And all they just wanted to do was just to peacefully march. First off, you're peacefully marching into a sovereign country, through the borders of a sovereign country, through military checkpoints of a sovereign country. You can't just do that. You can't do that in America either. There was a meme going around in America where what's that, Area 51? Was it 51? Yeah. Where people were joking about storming the place, and the American military said, "Guys, we get it, but don't do that because you would be invading actual military territory, and we have to be violent in response to that. You can't just do that. This is national security." Okay, and here she's talking about Palestinians peacefully trying to march through military checkpoints, through military occupied spaces to just invade Israel and so on. And here is I'm sick of doing this, but here is the footage of
this guy saying what the real intention was
of Fatih Hamad, who is in 2018, what she just described. Look, 2018, during the peaceful return march, and here's what he's saying as they are peacefully marching toward Israel.
وفي هذه التجليات بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى لنتطلع إلى أمرين مهمين نحن قاب قوسين أو أدنى منهما. أولا هو تنظيف فلسطين من دنس اليهود واستئصالهم بإذن الله، وهو قاب قوسين أو أدنى. 4 سنوات إخواننا، 2022 بنكون خلصنا منهم.
Here he is, the spokesperson. He's speaking to the people, to the Palestinians, while the peaceful march of return is going on. And he's saying to them, our foremost goal is to eradicate the Jews, to rid Palestine of the filth of Jews.
أما الأمر الثاني وهو إقامة الخلافة بعد أن تتعافى الأمة من سرطانها وهو اليهود بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى.
And the second goal is to establish a caliphate once we have dealt with the cancer of the Jews.
No, the Zionist AP.
أنه لا يعني أننا
And look at this. He's even saying it right here.
سائرون في مسيرة العودة.
The fact that we are participating in the peaceful return march
أننا تخلينا عن المسيرة العسكرية الجهادية.
does not mean that we have abandoned the military path of jihad.
فيدنا
Our finger is on the trigger.
على الزناد ومصانعنا تشتغل وتعمل في الليل والنهار.
And our plans are working.
كل يوم نقدم جديد من كل ما أوتينا من قوة.
Now this guy is out there, appointed as a spokesperson by Hamas, standing there and encouraging the Palestinians to, and telling them, yes, we are currently peacefully marching toward the border, toward Israel, to do a peaceful return. That does not mean, however, that we have given up the fight. No, on the contrary, we are working very hard. In fact, in a few years, we will rise up and we will kill the Jews. We will eradicate the Jews, and we will then start the caliphate once we have eradicated the cancerous Jews. That's what this guy is saying here. And apparently, according to this Abbey idiot and many others, Israel was just supposed to sit there and see these things and be like, oh, well, they're not doing anything to us right now. So how about let's just let them come through the borders. Let them all in. Let them all in. Let them all in. All in. Let's see what happens. No, That's not what happens. We're talking about Israel. We're talking about an intelligent, sovereign, actual country that has actually produced things. We're talking about a population that is actually working and that can actually think. We're talking about a nation that actually creates things. We're talking about a country that actually contributes to the world. We're not talking about a brainless entity like the supposed Palestinian Authority that is led by people who vastly support these brainless authorities and that produce nothing, that just give the world nothing, that give themselves nothing, that rely on unemployment and humanitarian aid from the rest of the world, that even rely on food which they get from those very Israelis who work very hard for the food. We're talking about Israel. We're talking about Jews. We're talking about Zionists, about the Israelis. Okay? We're not talking about idiots who are idiots like the people that this guy is talking to. No. We are talking about actual intelligent people, not a population of imbeciles. You think you can just make genocidal speeches there and declare your genocidal intentions and then go and march in there to then deceive them and kill them? No. If that is your plan, you should all be killed. If that is your plan, your intention, and you make it very clear that your intention is to go and kill all the Jews and to get rid of them, you deserve to be, in response to that, during the act, to be stopped by any means necessary. That's it. And I'm very happy and very glad to see that Israel is actually doing that and not listening to the rest of the world and actually doing what is right to defend their own people and their own existence. That's what happens. That's what you get. Okay. That's what you get when you talk about actual intelligent people and talk about eradicating them. You get what you deserve. So, piss off.
Press. Journalists, clearly marked press, disabled people in wheelchairs, and children. These are all violations of international law and the Geneva Convention. Israeli snipers perched up behind sand dunes picked people off one by one in a methodical slaughter over the course of several months. That's when Palestinians tried to peacefully protest. So I think the question should be
peacefully. Just because you call it peaceful, it's not peaceful. Okay, it was far from peaceful.
Yeah, someone could come up to me and like smash my face in while saying, "Yeah, I'm all about peace. I'm all about peace." And it's this. I mean, notice it's the same tactic that Islam has had in general. We're the religion of peace. Why are there daily terrorist attacks from this religion of peace?
It's like when North Korea.
If you just call it the opposite of what it is, that makes it the opposite of what it is.
Yeah. It's like when communist nations call themselves, when North Korea calls itself the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. It's, I mean, if you have,
when fascists call themselves anti-fascists, we're anti-fascist guys. It's in our name. It says it right there in our name.
It's just ridiculous, man. It's just because you call it peaceful, just because you call it democratic, whatever it is, that's not what's really happening. Okay.
We should call this channel or these shows the We Love Islam show. And whenever anyone accuses us of being Islamophobes, we say, what are you talking about? It says right. We call ourselves the We Love Islam show. Yes.
Or we should call it the Totally Not Islamophobic show.
Yeah. The totally not Islamophobic show. And it's anyone who accuses us of being Islamophobic, we say, what are you talking about? Look at the name of the show, you idiot.
You stupid?
What are you, stupid? Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb?
Huh? Their legal rights. They're not.
I can't believe the reference that David just made there. People can't believe their ears. What kind of a reference was it, David? Do you want to elaborate on that?
That was John. I got that from John McCrae. He was talking about people who have. John McCrae studies personality types, and he's like, "Oh, you're this and this and that with the wing of this and blah blah blah." And he says Tekashi 6ix9ine has the same personality type as you. And I'm like, what? That guy's a snitch. I didn't snitch. He's like, I'm not saying you have the same like moral compass and so on. I'm saying you have the same personality type. And I was like, that guy got locked up and everything. He goes, here, listen. And he played that song. And that was the song after he got out and I mean, he snitched on everybody, got a reduced sentence, then got out and then made that song. And I'm sitting there watching and I'm going, that is exactly what I would have did if I were him. like exactly, right? Because you just snitched on everyone. So you're losing your street cred and so on. And so like, how are you going to continue? How are you going to continue? I was like, just lean into it and just come out and brag about it. Just run up and that's right. I did it. I got a bunch of money. What are you going to do? And now I got a bunch of girls shaking their butts in my face. You don't, you're locked up. Ha, 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 ha. And he even came out and he had like a cartoon rat face over him because he's a rat. He's like bragging about it. So I like wouldn't have snitched, but if I did go that route, yeah, that's exactly what you do. Of course, that's what you do.
Yeah, there's actually in that video clip, he actually for a second there puts on a rat face and goes ha 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 ha, which is like saying, yeah, I did snitch, so what? I don't care. So it's funny, but it's very funny to see David make a reference to Tekashi 6ix9ine.
Yeah, because I remember that. Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb? Like he's talking about it's like funny. It's like funny lyrics.
To raise up a Palestinian flag. I visited a place called Sebastia in the occupied West Bank, and Palestinians were shot and in the hospital for simply erecting a Palestinian flag on a hilltop several days prior. This is the brutal reality of military occupation in the West Bank.
That's what happens in Israel all the time. Like whenever somebody tries to raise a flag, they are shot. No reason.
Mosab, I mean, I want the violence to end. I empathize with the victims of both sides of this, and that's why I want.
Shut the hell up. You want the violence to end? Applauding Hamas there, which actually says that they want to continue until they are rid of the Jews. The very organization that ran October 7, the terrorist attack, where they actually targeted civilians and actually killed and tortured and captured them, set them on fire, took them back, raped them, and so on. And you want the violence to end? Shut up.
To get to the root of the conflict. Yes, I don't go out there and say Jews can't be trusted like you say about Muslims. I empathize with all civilian life. I believe.
She only says Israelis. She doesn't say Jews, so it's okay.
And cherish the sanctity of human life, and that's why I want to get to the root of why violence occurs, Mosab. And
let me ask Mosab a question. Do you agree with the principle that Palestinians should be entitled to exactly the same human rights as Israelis?
That's a tough one.
What a question, man.
You'd have to clarify that. You're
That's
saying, you're saying human rights apply in general. If you're talking about the situations, these are completely different situations here.
Listen, the suffering of the Arabians, again, stop calling them Palestinians. They are not Palestinians. We are Arabs. We are the Arabs of Judea and Samaria. And Israel and the Jewish people have
Palestinians
no
call themselves
since the beginning of their state.
I don't care.
Well, you gave them that name. You forced the international community and the rest of the world.
All right, well, let me rephrase the question. Should the
people... they can call themselves Americans. What does that do?
And on the West Bank, should they be entitled to the same human rights as Israelis?
If they have equal responsibility as the decent citizens of the state of Israel, that includes Arabs, Jews, Christians, and all other citizens of the state of Israel, then yes, they have equal rights. But if they are not taking their responsibility, if they are using violence, sending suicide bombers, and killing babies, kidnapping a 1-year-old, you know, how do you answer to the mother and to the mothers of the hostages and all those who got killed on October 7? You know, it's very easy to just try to delegitimize Israel. This is what Abby and her likes have been trying to do for so long, but they don't have the moral power to say what Hamas did, all the waves of suicide bombing attacks. October 7, that was a genocide. That was a genocide. So stop spreading the false narrative. Now, regarding to the Arabs who live there, they need a decent police force. They need a good economy. They need good education. And if they are able to integrate, then naturally could be a political entity based on their needs. But right now, when she say Palestine, who is? Islamic Jihad, Fatah, Marwan Barghouti, Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas, Public Front. They are so conflicted. They don't have agenda.
Why does she keep doing that with her head? Like he didn't even say anything weird.
Fatah, Marwan Barghouti, Ismail Haniyeh.
What is this? What is this response here?
She looks like one of the girls from that that White Chicks movie with the Wayans brothers back in the day.
Yeah,
but that's how they were the whole time.
What? Okay, great, fantastic.
I do in all seriousness here, I do respect her for not shouting him down most of the time, like just because like 20 Pierce Morgan shows in a row that I tried to watch just completely get derailed with people screaming over each other and stuff. So hats off to her for that, at least.
Hamas, Public Front, they are so conflicted. They don't have agenda. They don't have leadership. They don't have legitimacy. This is an anarchy that has been going on for about 70 years. And it's about time for it to stop. Now, to transform, to integrate the society, we must protect the children. And this is a priority number one before we talk about Palestinian state or whatever name you want.
So I just did the regular search that I always do when I want to see what people actually say about October 7, what their opinions were. Very easy. Search this account. Everything that came from this account between October 5th and October 10th. You see here, October 5th is a tweet. Then October 8th is the next tweet. Gaza fights for freedom.
Wherever
the media
there's
won't
trouble.
tell you. Gaza is a warehouse of millions of ethnically cleansed Palestinian refugees and so on. Why did I condone the murder of civilians? Well, he didn't condemn it. That's clear. Netanyahu carpet bombs Gaza. This is a very, very interesting charge here, by the way. Carpet bombing is a very specific term, which Israel never, ever applied. Israel never engaged in carpet bombing Gaza. People who say carpet bombing, I understand if some people say this without knowing what it actually means. They're using it as an accusation. Why are you carpet bombing Gaza? But for a journalist to actually sit here and accuse Israel of carpet bombing Gaza, this is just disgusting. Whether it is incompetent or just dishonest, not entirely sure. But carpet bombing would be to choose an area and indiscriminately, without exception, just bomb the whole area to cover the whole thing and destroy everything that you find there as much as possible. What Israel does is to drop, precision airstrikes, to make precision airstrikes. Israel does not engage in carpet bombing. Never did. Never happened. But this is what she does. This is how reliable.
And if they did, it would not be 19 members of a family dying.
Yes.
It wouldn't be 34,000 dead after like 7 or 8 months. You'd be dealing with millions of people dead if they're just carpet bombing cities and so on.
Yeah.
The fact that you're dealing in a place with millions of people, that you're dealing with around 30 some thousand deaths, means you're being pretty darn careful.
Yes. That's what it means. Carpet bombing is a devastating bombing attack that seeks to destroy every part of a selected area. That's the definition of carpet bombing. This is not what it means. This is just pure propaganda.
She is a parrot.
I want to give it that when we have a savage group, Islamists, by the name of Allah, hijacking and using children as human shields, their own children, after killing Jewish children, then this is a capital crime. We cannot blind our eyes. We have to deal with priorities. First, we remove this savage group out of power. If Abi's intention were pro-peace, then this is our intention, that we should unify our efforts.
For every
Got a point. Got a point. Good point there. If you actually want peace, you have to get rid of the terrorists. You have to.
If you don't want peace, if you want the conflict to go on forever, you should advocate for a ceasefire right now. If you have a ceasefire now, the conflict will go on indefinitely.
Yeah,
if you want the conflict to stop, you should support Israel to finish Hamas off as soon as possible, because that will shorten the conflict, not make it longer.
Yeah, and that's what's amazing. I mean, these people like Abby here, everything they advocate is a recipe for an endless cycle of violence, a cycle of violence that never ever stops. That's what, if you take her advice and say, okay, tell us what to do, and then you go out and do it, it is endless violence forever. That's what you get. Or you can say, all right, we're sick of this. We have to put a stop to this. So we just have to be relentless in pursuing Hamas until they're completely gone.
Yeah. You know what I would do if I debated somebody like her? I would just go through her tweets and through her statements that she made and pick out all the garbage that she spewed and hold her accountable on that. Maybe if tested, to answer for all the stupid false propaganda that she spreads. Wonder what she would say. Sean McDonald said, hi, I was debating a Muslim. He was curious where I got my info from. I told him both of you. He wanted links with written info. Check both of your channels for links. Couldn't find any links, or did I just miss them? We don't read. Reading is for losers.
He's saying links to written information.
Reading is for losers, so we don't do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but normally when we're quoting a Muslim source, we give the reference, which you can just look up on like a Muslim website like sunnah.com or something.
Yes. So we always use references. David and I, we have both consistently been doing one thing, which is very good, which is that whenever we talk about certain Islamic issues, we make direct references and give the sources to the hadiths or the Quran verses that we're talking about. They're on screen, so nobody can accuse us of not giving sources or of talking out of our behinds. So that is there. You can look it up. I don't usually put them as links in the description, and I think David doesn't do so either. But yeah, that's what we do. Diecast Nick says, so proud the UK public vote gave 12 to Israel. Audience in the venue sounded vile. Most UK Muslims are from South Asia. Ridiculous. They pretend to have so much invested in the Middle East. Yeah, they shouldn't be talking about Eurovision anyway, because it's pure degeneracy, which Islam cannot deal with. Mossad,
that should have been a constant refrain from throughout Eurovision. Muslims, what are you doing watching this? What are you doing? Why are you watching this right now? This is haram. You're going to hell for this. You're going to hell if you're involved in this whole thing. What are you doing?
Yes.
And to everyone else who's on the Muslim side, you love music, but you're on the Muslim side. Guess what? If they get their way, there is no Eurovision. And if there is a Eurovision in the future, and you get your way and Islam takes over the world, the only Eurovision will be like Quran recitations. That'll be it. Is that what you want? You want to sit around listening to a bunch of boring Quran recitations? Because that's what you're going to get, morons.
That's what they would love. Mossad Leatherstrap said, $1 million idea. Remake Milli Vanilli. Blame it on the rain and college. Blame it on
the juice. That would be good. That's perfect.
I'm sorry to say this, even as somebody who comes from Germany, I have never actually heard Milli Vanilli or the song. So
they were funny. They were a group back in the day, and it turns out they weren't singing any of their own songs. It was like their manager or something like that was singing their songs for them, and they were just like they would lip sync to them. And so
that's cool.
Yeah, they had a bunch of popular songs. It turns out these guys weren't singing them.
That's beast.
There's two dudes, Milli and Vanilli.
That's beast. Moo Joe, just wanted to say thank you to the person that gifted me a membership. Thank you to the person that gifted him a membership. Him a membership. Revert AP. Hey, Revert AP, what's up? David, remember, once we Muslims reach 4% of the population, it is already too late for you to get into your bunker. You may live another extra few months.
All right. I already got my bunker, and I'm focused on filling it up with tons of MREs.
Yes. Tesbot said, I find it both laughable and terrifying in equal measure that Muhammad Hijab has any followers in the Muslim community. He is an insufferable idiot, or am I missing something? Well, you could say that he accurately represents the Muslim community.
Hey, I'm thinking about talking about that. I mean, tomorrow on my channel, I'm thinking there's several topics I want to cover, but one of the topics I want to cover is, have you seen Zakir Naik's channel lately? We're going to go through that. He has trouble getting like 2,000 or 3,000 views per video now when he's got millions of subscribers. And why? Because people like Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawa took over the Dawa scene. It is awesome. It's awesome.
But that's a very good question. He says, why is nobody watching Zakir Naik's channel?
Chapter number 15, verse number 23. Allah, he says,
do not watch Zakir Naik's videos anymore. Denino with the Dragon says, AP, have you heard of Usama? He is an apologist for Hamas, essentially. He responds to comments on the conflict. His Twitter and Insta are the same. Sounds kind of familiar. I need to look into that terrorist. Let me see what I can find there. It'll be fun. Ari Wasserman said, if Mosab had to go on British television and choose between 1.6 billion children, 300 million circus clowns, and a cow, he would choose the roe. Or the cow. Yes, Ari, that's what he would do. I want to ask him what he would choose. I just want to have him on here and to ask him about that. Merchant Reka said, guests not related to the stream. How do female surgeons in Muslim countries wash before surgery? Do they provide sterile ninja OT dress? They don't. I know this is a question that you should ask Muslim surgeons. Mike said, I left Iran to escape Islam and I hate Hamas, but what is happening in Gaza is a crime against humanity. Spatial operations would have been understandable, not 2,000-pound bombs on residential buildings. Well, let me tell you, Mike, the majority of residential buildings are actually not destroyed. So they're certainly not being dropped on residential buildings. There are targeted strikes that are taking place, which impact residential buildings. In every single place in Gaza where residential buildings would be harmed as a response or as a reaction, as a result of targeted strikes, the people are repeatedly told to get out, repeatedly told to go to a safe zone, repeatedly given instructions on how to get to the safe zones, and so on. Yes, buildings will be destroyed. It is part of a war. War is hell. It's part of war. As long as the civilian deaths are minimized, and as long as the loss of infrastructure and residential buildings and so on is within proportionality, it is unfortunately, even under international law, not forbidden. So for you to come here and say is a crime against humanity, that would be just your opinion. I'm sorry, but that's just your opinion. It does not go against international law, because international law is designed in such a way where it specifically takes into consideration that civilian casualties and damage to civilian buildings and infrastructure will happen, especially if a side in a conflict uses civilian buildings in order to hide themselves.
Yeah, and Mike, whatever. Just, dude, look at pictures of the aftermath of World War II battles. Cities in rubble is what happens. And so it's like when you look at all the wars of all of history, when people are fighting in areas where there are buildings, those buildings tend to get damaged. When you zero in and say, but the Jews are the only people that if they do it, then it's genocide and crimes against humanity and so on. Kind of looks like you just have a problem with Jews. Just saying that. Keep in mind, I've said like 1,000 times, if you want to criticize Israel for doing something, criticize Israel for doing something. I cannot say, well, I agree with everything Israel does. I don't. I can't say that about any nation on the planet or in history. So no problem with the criticism, but there's this recurring theme. It happens over and over and over again. It's when we talk about Jews, we hold them to a standard that we would never hold any nation to in all of history. And we hold them to this standard. And it's like, okay, why are you holding Jews to a completely different standard? Do you think they're like superior to every other person who's ever lived? And therefore you're holding them to this high and lofty standard?
Yes.
Or do you have to hold them to a high, this insane standard? Because if you held them to the same standard that everyone else is held to, they come out actually looking pretty darn good.
Yes. Yes. You shouldn't do that. Shouldn't
kills 1,200 people. They take over 200 more people hostage, including babies and Holocaust survivors. That is a declaration of war, which they knew would lead to the kind of response we've seen from Israel.
Did know.
And Israel would argue, and they would have some sound argument to this. If someone declares war on you in that manner, and you respond, and in eliminating the terrorists who committed that heinous crime, civilian casualties are incurred, they would say that that is exactly what has happened in any other war in history. That the principle is the same, that the civilian loss of life is appalling, but that the principle of retaliating against a body of people who have committed one of the worst terror attacks in living memory, that is why they're doing it.
That's what they do.
That's what they do.
There's no symmetry between the two sides. It's complete asymmetrical mass slaughter of women and kids. You know that.
This is not journalism, okay? Unless by journalism you're talking about somebody who just puts out buzzwords, who just responds with buzzwords to whatever you say, and then that's like, and then people actually come along and say, "Oh yeah, I agree with that. Perfect, good point. Yes, I'm going to share this. I'm going to share the hell out of this." This is just repeating buzzwords without saying anything at all. I mean, there, Piers Morgan actually made a point and asked a question, and she just responds with these buzzwords. Okay.
But it's genocide. It's genocide.
We got it. You think it's slaughter, it's this and that. Okay. Now, can you please respond to the actual point?
Well, actually, Hamas did commit a mass slaughter of women and kids. They did. You say there's no symmetry. There's an absolute symmetry.
But there's no symmetry. There's no symmetry between an occupying colonizing force and the people that they're occupying and colonizing. You could obviously make the same argument that preempted October 7th, that it was a declaration of war to siege Gaza, to prevent aid from getting in, to shoot people that stray too far out, that are fishing, that can't go get medical aid and are sentenced to death within Gaza. Is that not a declaration of war? Is it not a declaration of war to violate international law, to maintain a brutal fascist military dictatorship in the West Bank?
Oh my God.
We need to, I mean, people need to
every
just
buzzword. Every buzzword.
Yeah, people need to just adopt the same style of rhetoric and apply it to anything else that happens that they don't like.
I'm saying, I think people should start talking like this about October 7th. Anyone who supports the pro-Palestinian side. Oh my God! I can't believe you genocidal, slaughtering, oppressive, dictator, fascist, racists actually do this kind of stuff. How is Israel supposed to deal with this genocidal, racist, fascist rhetoric and all these genocidal, fascist, racist, slaughtered, bloodthirsty actions shown by the bloodthirsty, racist, slaughter, oppressive, whatever? Just do that. Just go with that all the time. There's no need to talk. There's no need to talk at all.
These all preempted October 7th. So it just keeps going back and back to what is the root of actual violence, Piers?
The root of actual violence is, thank you. You just didn't say anything at all. Thank you. You didn't respond to the question. You didn't say anything at all, except genocide, slaughter, and so on.
Okay. Mossab, I'll give the last word to you.
Bad for Abby. Look, she got shocked.
Listen. Naturally, if the Israeli protocol is not sufficient and it's not satisfactory to the expectations of Abby and many of her friends, then I say, how about we punish Hamas by their own laws, by the Islamic law? Why don't we follow the Islamic protocol? In this case, the Islamic law says, behead all men and take all women and children as booty. This is their moral stand. So she say it's asymmetric. Well, we already know that. It's a very dirty war. We are dealing with people with the mentality of the seventh.
Dude, yeah. Matter of fact, he's making a very important point here for someone like Abby, which we made a lot in the initial aftermath. What Islam actually teaches about this stuff. Because according to Islam and Muslims look at the records of what Muhammad did with the Jewish tribes of Medina, and it would be, hey, a Jew played a prank on this Muslim woman, and Muhammad wants to exterminate the entire tribe. He wants to completely exterminate the entire tribe. He got talked out of it over the prank because the Jews had some allies among the Arabs, and so he actually just expelled them and took all their stuff. And then you had the next tribe, and they get expelled, and then the third tribe, he slaughtered them all. But I mean, think about this. Hey, we got a problem with you. We wipe out the entire Jewish population of the third tribe, the Banu Qurayza. It was every male who would reach puberty, kill him. Everyone else gets taken as a slave. And so think, Israel, according to Islamic law, Israel would be entirely justified in saying, you guys just launched an attack against you. We can take your entire population, slaughter every male who's reached puberty, and take all the women and children as slaves. And I'm guessing Abby would have a pretty big problem with that. But that's what Hamas would actually be doing if they had the power to do it.
Yeah, that's what they do.
And that's what she's defending.
That's what they do.
It is funny that he's laying into Islam here in the end.
That's what they do.
Century tribalism. It's not an easy mission for a democracy, for any country, for any modern army, for any civilized society to deal with this. So we need to be reasonable. I understand if people are anti-war and they are pro-children, pro-life. Me too. But
he always talks about the children.
Me too.
Sometimes we have to make very difficult choices, and Israel was really pushed to the corner. Israel is fighting for its very existence. I am fighting for my very existence. I did not kill any Arab. I did not kill any of their tribesmen, but they want me to exist. Why? Because I criticize their religion. I criticize their stupid ideas that are leading towards global chaos. And instead of spreading the narrative, the victim narrative, what we need to do actually, we need to localize it, not globalize it. And we need to be reasonable of our expectations from a democracy in the middle of crisis.
Okay. Mosab Hassan Yousef,
Burn her up.
Spirited debate. I think I learned, as I always do from these debates, I learned a little bit more than I knew before. So thank you both very much indeed.
You burned up the parrot.
Alhamdulillah. 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 It was very, very eye-opening. My eyes are now more open, and just like the leather straps. We do, however, have a reaction to this from somebody who was not as pleased as we are.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Notice, I mean, this is an intentional, deliberate psychological tactic of hijab that he talks like this, so it always looks like he's looking down at everyone.
Yes, yes.
Blah 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 blah. Your viewers, let me tell you that I'm strong. This is why I'm looking down upon you. You get the psychological impression that I'm looking down upon you. You see, since I'm like 6'8" and like 320 pounds, if we were standing side by side, I would be looking down upon you. But in a video, it doesn't work as well because I'm just standing in front of a camera. But if I do this, then I'm still looking down upon you. And this gives you the psychological impression that my views are superior. And if the trajectory continues as it is, I challenge Mosab Hassan Yousef to a debate. I bet he challenges him to a debate or a fight or something. I've not seen just for the record, I've not seen 1 second of this, but that's been Hijab's pattern recently.
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
You challenge people to debate that he knows aren't going to debate.
Yeah, let's see what
are you guys doing? I recently watched a
He's got one weird gray hair. It's distracting. Pull that thing.
I recently watched a video with Piers Morgan, Abby Martin, and one uncivilized, uneducated, ill-bred,
pusillanimous.
Okay.
Wait, did he say ill-bred?
Yes.
Did he just attacked Hamas? When you say ill-bred, that's talking about
what can you clarify, dear Mohammed Hijab, what you mean by ill-bred? Because he was actually raised by his father and had a good relationship with his father, who is also a co-founder of Hamas and who was very, very well respected and very well connected in Hamas circles.
Ill-bred,
Also,
lack of good breeding.
That's like how I don't understand.
Whoa.
With Piers Morgan, Abby Martin, and one uncivilized.
And he's speaking of uncivilized. Lucas talking.
This is it. You need to be civilized like me and spend all my time defending child marriage.
He's talking about uneducated. The guy is actually educated. What are you talking about?
Ill-bred, uncouth.
He's talking about uncouth. Look at yourself, man.
Is Hijab getting a little Zabiba right there, or is that just something else? I don't know. Is he getting a little Zabiba up there?
It might be an infection.
It looks like he's got a couple. It looks like he's got like 4 or 5 small Zabibas. Dude, Hijab, be more consistent. Bang your head in the same spot and get one good Zabiba. It'll make you more persuasive.
I mean, people, can you imagine this guy talking about somebody being civilized, being uncouth, being not well behaved? Seriously,
Him no civilized than me. Me civilized more than him. Association with, or he's being the son of,
wait a minute,
his associate, whose only qualification seems to be his association with, or he's being the son of, the co-founder of the very organization he despises the most, Hamas.
Yes, while you are sitting there in London and saying we love death.
Yes, his only qualification is being smack dab in the middle of everything that he talks about. And his only qualification is that he is perhaps the best person in the world as far as understanding both sides of the conflict, because he's been on both sides of the conflict. His only qualification is that he's the best person in the world to be speaking on these matters. And he doesn't realize that because I've been sitting in the comforts of my apartment here in the UK that I'm more qualified.
Yes. And by the way, we love death. We are not afraid.
We love death. We love death. We encourage children to commit suicide and martyrdom.
And that is a pathetic irony. But what is even more pathetic is what we're about to witness. Let's take a look at him try and articulate himself in the English language.
Why are you making fun of an Arab person from the West Bank not being able to properly articulate himself in the English language? Somebody who has never actually like lived there and grew up well into adulthood and all that. I mean, you have your friend Ali Dawa, Mohammed Hijab, your friend Ali Dawa, he grew up in the UK and he still can't speak proper English. So what's the point? What's your point?
Yeah, just imagine we talk to some Muslim. Imagine we speak to some Muslim apologist, Dawa guy who comes from Pakistan or something. And he speaks in broken English, and all we do is like mock his. Look at him try to express himself. Yeah. What an idiot!
Listen, it's Israel's responsibility to know the death of their own citizens. This is their responsibility. I think your question was absurd. This is why you put him on the spot. He was not prepared for it. But this is not going to change the reality on the ground. The reality on the ground, Hamas must go. The only side want Hamas to stay is the Iranian Ayatollah, and for some stupid reason, Karen in America wants Hamas to stay. Of power.
Okay,
it's as simple as that.
How is Hijab using this to make fun of him? I thought
that English language is not his strong suit. Neither is logic, neither is presenting facts, because everything he said can be dismissed, because that which can be presented without evidence can be rejected without evidence, and he's made a series of points which are without a qualification to his.
Are you freaking kidding me? He actually made a response video to him by playing clips of him and then saying, "We don't have to respond."
Yeah, we don't have to respond because he's got an accent, ladies and gentlemen. He's got an accent.
Because Israel's been committing ethnic cleansing and genocidal policies against the Palestinians for 70
But Hamas literally
years.
has
and
a
as I
chance.
reiterated
But Abby,
before,
hang on.
comparing one guy and his statement to literally
the official
dozens of
spokesman, Abby.
genocidal
Watch, Hijab will praise her because she's on his side.
Israel appears and is saying one thing, the other dozens of Israeli ministers and cabinet officials and public media personas on TV are saying one thing, and
by a woman who's been put under pressure, elegant, an exceptional, and impressive performance.
Dude, did you hear what I just said? I said he's going to praise her. Did you see it? I saw it. I said it beforehand. Why? This is what he always does. If you say what he agrees with, he showers you with praise. If you say what he doesn't agree with, he heaps insults on you. It's all he ever does. It's to the point where I know exactly what he's going to say before he says it.
was a very elegant and exceptional and impressive performance by a woman who's been put under pressure, yes, by Piers Morgan to a lesser extent, but more so by this uncouth, this uncivilized uncouth. And unfortunately, this embarrassment to the Arabs, this Abu Jahl, this father of ignorance individual,
this guy's a clown,
put
man.
in his place in a very fine and elegant manner. You see, the difference between the two presentations was, aside from the English language proficiency, on the side of the latter presentation.
So far, he hasn't responded to anything he said.
Is that Abby Martin actually cites evidence. And that's what made Piers Morgan dumbfounded. And this is what he does. I mean,
what?
Okay, let's analyze the evidence here for a second. I actually addressed this earlier. I can't believe that I'm doing this. But so Mohammed Hijab here plays at first a part of Mosab Hassan Yousef talking. Then he says, we don't have to respond to any of this. Then he plays a clip of Abby Martin talking and praises her, and basically says, by the way, also the whole psychological, the whole sociological, the gender aspect of this, the greater message that he's sending, by praising her and saying that she actually, through her through her eloquence and all that, humiliates the other guy or the other man. What he's actually trying to do is he creates this image of a woman humiliating Mosab Hassan Yousef, who is an Arab man. Thereby, he's basically using women whom he sees as a lower as a tool to say, look, he's being humiliated by a woman. A woman. That's basically what Mohammed Hijab is doing here. So he's actually attacking women while he's praising her. But however, let's look at the evidence.
A stated charter of the elimination of Israel. That is the purest personification of a publicly stated policy of genocide
That's not
I can
true,
imagine.
That's not true. Their revised charter says that they actually recognize the existence of the Israeli state among 1967 borders.
That was right.
Mohammed Hijab plays this and says that she actually cited evidence, and Piers Morgan was dumbfounded. He wasn't dumbfounded. He just looked. He's just looking. We went through this earlier, right?
Mhm.
Mohammed Hijab actually plays this clip in which she makes this stupid assertion and praises her for using evidence for her to back up her claims, and thereby being right and dumbfounding everyone in the room. The problem, however, is Mojob. And I know you will watch this at some point because you privately admitted to me that you watch our stuff when we talk about you, especially. The problem with this is, dear Mojob, that the evidence she's citing here doesn't say what she claimed it says. Because the evidence here, the Hamas Charter 2017, which was basically just a PR move, says here very clearly and explicitly, there shall be no recognition of the legitimacy of the Zionist entity. Do you need me to say this again? There shall be no recognition of the legitimacy of the Zionist entity. You heard that? Was that clear enough? Was it clear enough? There shall be no recognition. And what did she just say? That the Hamas charter, the updated charter, says that they recognize the existence of Israel. So thereby, she made a false claim and used a citation that actually disproves her point.
Yeah. What did she do? We were just talking about this as a Dawa tactic. You give a reference, you say, it's in this source. The same thing with Mohammed Hijab saying, there's 100-to-1 civilian to combatant ratio, according to this article, and whatever it was, The Guardian or whatever. Yes, it's there. Or Ali Dawa, and they's discovered that when children is born, they be worshiping one Unitarian Islamic God, and that's been proven by sociologists in this book. They give the reference, knowing that no one's going to go and look up what the reference is. So it's a trick. It's a trick. I sound like I know what I'm talking about because I give the reference. But if you were to actually go to look up the source, which you won't, because most people don't, you would find out that I'm completely lying. She used one of his moves, and he praises her for it.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And genocidal policies against the Palestinians for 70
But Hamas
plus years.
literally has
and
a
as I
charter.
reiterated
Yeah, but Abby,
before,
hang on.
Okay, so this is what Mohammed Hijab praises, because Mohammed Hijab doesn't actually care about truth. He doesn't actually care about evidence. What he cares about is that one side just makes it look like they are right.
Well, that's
A
Dawa.
woman who's
That's
been
Dawa.
under
Making
pressure.
it look like you're right.
Yes, by Piers Morgan to a lesser extent, but more so by this uncouth, this to the former presentation, is that Abby Martin actually cites evidence. And that's what made Piers Morgan dumbfounded.
And she cites
and
it.
This is what he does.
She cites her evidence like a Dawa guy.
Is there in silence, and he just kind of looks a little bit embarrassed as he.
Let me tell you a fact. Let me tell you a fact, guys. Let me tell you a fact. Okay? Let me tell you a fact.
Facts don't care about your feelings, AP.
In the Quran, it actually says that Muhammad liked to sleep with little children. See? I cited evidence. I cited evidence right here. It says in the Quran that Muhammad liked to sleep with all kinds of children of the people around him. See? I cited evidence, therefore I'm right.
He did when he was scrambling for words in the historic discussion with myself. But that's something else. I'm very happy and proud that we have Westerners here in the Anglosphere who are able to present the case, the pro-Palestine case, and it does give us hope in humanity. And it does show you that this case...
In humanity.
She gives us hope in humanity. Do you see? It's just rain down praise, and so she's eloquent. Oh, she gives evidence. Oh, she leaves everyone dumbfounded. Oh, she gives us hope. Oh, she's so wonderful. Ah, please watch this video, Abby. And this will hardwire you to continue what you're doing. Let that same woman, Abby, let that same woman at one day ever get an ounce of courage and say, hey, what's up with this problem in the Muslim? What's up with these Dawa guys supporting child marriage? Watch this guy instantly heap insults and abuse on her. Look, she's so stupid. This dumb, blonde Western woman. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She hasn't been humiliated. Yes, why don't you debate me? It will humiliate you, you stupid idiot. Right? That's how he is.
How about I come and intellectually molest you?
Intellectually molest you. Is that what you want? It's a joke, man. Like who is stupid enough to take this seriously?
I believe certain anti-Muslim women would wish they lived in the medieval period. A period where if a war was won by the opposing side, it was conventional that people could be taken as booty. And yes, I'm talking about your booty. Some historical accounts actually say some women would dress up for the captor. And yes, I deliberately used the word period twice. So watch out. This is what you would get, dear Abby, if you actually said something negative about Islam.
But if I have to be around you, can I suck on your tit?
Can I suck your tits, please?
For anyone who's new here, we're not making that up. That is one of Hijab's tweets to a fellow Muslim.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. My gosh. Where was that? Wait a minute. Can I suck your wife's tits? Can I suck your wife's tits? Where was that? Oh yeah, here. Okay, can I suck your wife's tit to make her mahram? To make her mahram. Whereupon this other Muslim guy says, what kind of mannerisms are these? Shame on you, Muhammad. Anyway, wrong Muhammad, sorry. So yes, this is what you get with the actual Muhammad Hijab.
Guys, notice we're at the point where everything is basic deception and manipulation tactics. Everything that's coming out of his mouth. What has he said that is not a form of manipulation? And we're 5 minutes into the video. What has he said that is not a form of manipulation?
Everything is manipulation.
It's not just for Muslims or for Arabs or for Palestinians. You can be a conservative, you can be a...
All of humanity now hates Israel and supports terrorism. All of humanity now proudly hates Jews and supports our right to rape them and to kill them and to torture them and to capture them and to set them on fire because they are humans, because this is humanity. This restores my faith in humanity, that they are all on our side to support our right to rape and kill and torture and set people on fire. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Abby. With your endorsement and your encouragement, we thereby want more rape in the world.
Powerful Dawa.
Terrorism. It's so beautiful. It makes me cry. I just want more rape. Michael James says, Netanyahu in Dr. Phil interview said around 14,000 Hamas militants have been killed and around 16,000 civilians. When was the Netanyahu Dr. Phil interview? There wasn't Dr.
Look at that. See, that right there, 14,000 and 16,000. That's in the realm of understanding that you can't fully trust Hamas statistics and so on. So what are the real statistics? This is, I would say, I don't know, and you're not going to know until the aftermath. This is kind of reasonable in terms of the number. So if you think Hamas is saying, 34,000 and like a little over 10,000 or something are actual militants, this is actually in the realm of what might actually be the case. But I mean, look at this. If these numbers are in the ballpark, you're actually dealing with like a 1-to-1 ratio almost. This is almost a 1-to-1. 14,000 to 16,000 is almost a 1-to-1 ratio. Which would be insanely good. I'm not familiar with a war involving urban warfare that would be close to this.
I must say, I am very, very much on the side of Israel here. I think Israel should be as harsh as possible to Hamas, not listen to the backlash, not listen to what these pro-Palestine, pro-terrorism people in the world are demanding. They should be harsh. They should finish the job. That said, I would want to see more evidence for any of these claims.
Yeah, that's the point Mosab is making. You're not getting it. You're not getting it until things are done, right? And then people can actually go through names. Okay, who's not around anymore? Mm-hmm. Who's not around? Who's not here? Who was in the rubble of that building?
However, I must say, I'm not insane and not a terrorist sympathizer, which is why I can say, as everyone else should say, that I definitely trust Israel's statement more than any numbers given to us by Hamas. So, sounds reasonable. Crusader General said, I'm surprised Dawood came back after you two had some friction. He banned me from his channel years ago just for not being nice to Muslims in my super chats. Well, I did commit a genocide on David Wood, and then he decided to come back instead.
Guys, that wasn't that was me actually. Just as a matter of fact, if you went back to the video, I could probably find you the exact moment where I decided, okay, if we're going full on negative, then I'm just going to be negative the entire time.
Yale said, according to international
law. And then I'm like this, and then I'm like this the rest of the time. It's all hopeless. It's all hopeless.
Yeah.
It's all done. It's all done.
According to international law, IDF doesn't even have to give warnings if there are terrorists present or the place has enemy operating from it. Yeah, they have to take all kinds of measures to minimize civilian casualties. If they, so there is a thing, of course, people who are experts in this can always further correct all of us and elaborate on it more. But yes, in a case where there is a military target, where there are militants on the other side, and among them are civilians, that would possibly not require the IDF to warn anybody. They could just carry out the strike and be done with it. And anyone who dies with a civilian in the middle of that is civilian casualty within proportionality. But if they're going to strike a target and civilian homes will be possibly impacted by that, then it is actually their job under international law to warn the people surrounding that place, or to somehow reduce the casualties, to get them out of there, do something. Sanke said Kuwait arrested an MP who was one of the leaders of the Salafi movement there, also disbanded parliament due to fears of Qatari MB infiltration. Thoughts? I'm not very much up to date or don't know very much in what about what is happening over there in Kuwait. But
Yeah, that was a point. That was a point that was interesting that's brought up. Like even in Muslim countries, they do not play around with these guys. So hey, Islam's gonna take over, and everyone has to submit to us, and you all have to be Salafis, and blah blah blah. And they're like, we're not freaking playing with these guys. We're not playing with these guys. And they're pointing out that all Western nations are like, yeah, we can't get enough of these guys, and actual Muslim countries are like, no, you are not taking root here with that stuff.
Oh, political turmoil in Kuwait. Emir dissolves the parliament and announces some articles of the constitution to be suspended. Jeez, things are getting serious over there. I don't know much about it, but seems reasonable. Lots of the Arab countries are aware of what Salafi movements can do in these countries. So they became aware of it in Saudi Arabia, where in Saudi Arabia, the radicals went against the government and tried to pressure them by force to implement harsher Islamic laws and things like that. The Arab leaders in charge want obedience. They don't want the extremists to turn or to pressure them and to be religious authorities over them. So the Arab nations will take occasional steps against them.
Yeah, because you understand, you let Salafis start taking over in politics, it's not going to stop, right? They want full total control. If you are not down with that, you don't want them to have full total control, and they will not stop, and it doesn't matter. They'll do terrorist attacks, they'll do all that stuff. So yeah, they said no.
Jeremy Mott said Gazans would treat her like a sharmuta. Everybody get along, says pro-Palestinian buzzword regurgitating tools. Notice that IDF has gone too far. 34,000 dead Palestinians. They killed this many with disgusting and inhumane weapons like the Windeling bomb, which causes a nerd overdose. They even stopped medical treatment from Zakir Naik. Shaking my head way too far. This is that is a concern.
Yeah, but more seriously, Wingeling stuff is not something to joke about. It's some of the worst stuff in the world.
Yeah, this is very dark. You shouldn't joke about wings.
Yeah, it's like you don't joke about cancer normally. Okay, well don't joke about Wingelings, which is the cancer of the internet.
But I still I forgive you in notice this time.
I don't,
because of the jizya. Thank you. Avik Inuth said, I want to thank you both for ruining the English language for me. Every time I hear the phrases trajectory, we're proud of that, you see, and God help me if I hear the number 72.
72!
That's what happens. That's how it goes in my head. Whenever I hear people utter certain phrases that I turn into a meme or that became a meme somewhere, it's just I can't stay normal. So since I have a channel here, of course, I have to somehow channel that and make this a public problem. And David is also quite similar in that way. So we both use this as an opportunity to make the whole world sick like us. Mm-hmm. Michelle G said, some Arabs still hate their children. Show us the satanic nature of Islam, religion of Moloch, the brutality unimaginable. May their eyes be open to see the truth. Over 1.8 billion are blinded by hate.
Called it the religion of Moloch because Moloch was one of the gods who you would sacrifice your children to. You would there's a big metal statue of Moloch, and they would put a fire under it until it became white hot, and Moloch has his hands there, and you place your baby into Moloch's scalding hot hands, and your baby burns to death there.
Beast.
And can't say that the Palestinians are terribly different. They have their cause, and they sacrifice their kids to it. Let's face it, to their God. It's their God is obsessed with slaughtering Jews, and hey, let's put our babies on this altar.
Beast. Child sacrifice is kind of beast. Michelle G. Oh yeah, read this already. Telegraph said, if the IDF is going specifically after male combatants, how is it possible that all the non-combatant casualties are only women and children? Nothing. Yeah, they're not going specifically after male combatants. They're just going after the combatants and anything that gets affected in the middle of it. If it's inevitable, it's part of the war. That's what happens. That's what they do. Gideon's words that Karen said, I'm not going to condone the terrorists because killing is bad. Frank B., who's Danny Haipong? He has a video where he says that Abiy destroyed Mosab. Who's Danny Haipong? That sounds familiar.
Sounds like a brilliant scholar.
Sounds familiar. Oh, I know about this guy. I saw stuff from this guy before. I think he was some communist or some pro-Russia, pro-China guy. Sounds like a complete winner here.
Kinda looks like a dork.
What the hell are these thumbnails, man? Just looking at these thumbnails. What is this? All these faces.
This changes everything.
This just looks like, okay, there's nothing of substance coming here. Prepare for war with Biden looking weird.
He's getting good numbers of views, so he's getting his target audience, who are probably total morons.
Well, yeah, that's what you do. Lower quality gets more views. That's why I have been thinking of decreasing the quality of this channel more to get more views. Still working on it.
One way to do it.
Michelle G. Is Islam the only religion in the 21st century that sacrifices its children and citizens for their Allah? Well, what do you say, David?
Depends on whether you count wokeism as a religion.
Beast. Dimitrios Galitsi said, is there a minimum acceptable threshold in Pierce's view when it comes to war? How do you quantify human lives? Okay, so he got the exact number. Woohoo. Then what? Huh? Anything changed? So will he sleep better at night? Yeah, you have to make sure that you kill not more than 50,000 people. And when you kill 50,000 people, not more than 2 of them should be civilians. That's what should be. That's what is expected. Actually, you're not supposed to kill more than 10 people, and none of them can be a civilian. That's what the world expects right now. But really, it's an interesting question. So somebody should probably ask, what do you think would be the right number, Pierce? What do you think would be the right number, Pierce? How many Palestinians should be? How many are acceptable, Pierce? And how many of them should be civilians? How many should be combatants, Pierce? That's a good question to ask. Hey, Michelle, what's up? Michelle is here, saying Hamas openly state what they want, but the West don't listen. Islam is evil. Many are so deceived. Love and prayers for you both families. Thank you so much, Michelle. Appreciate it very, very much.
Imagine hearing from Hamas all these years, we will not stop until the Jews are completely destroyed. And your takeaway is, see, they just want to live in peace and harmony and accept a two-state solution.
Well, it is kind of, I mean, you have to admit one thing. If Israel actually wanted to finish this and have peace, they could do it right away by just saying, hey, we hereby dismantle Israel and give it all to these people over there, Hamas and whatever. And by the way, all us Jews, you can kill us all. I mean, if Israel just did this, this would bring an end to the conflict immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So does Israel really want peace if they don't accept the destruction of Israel and the extermination of Jews? I don't know. That's a question to ask here. Jeremy Mott says Gazans would treat her like a sharmuta. Vlad Tepesh says, this reminds me of a stupid meme that someone posted in my replies on Twitter the other day. Through the British White Paper 1939, they had an option to control that region. Yet what political demands were not met since they rejected it? Are you talking about the Arab side rejected? They rejected every single proposal that was made because they did not go further. They did not want to compromise having all of the land belong to them. There was even the whole thing, I mean, of no partition, living together in this land, and both populations having autonomy. The Arab side rejected that. The Jewish side said, okay, fine, we can agree on this. The Arab side rejected it because they don't want such a thing. They want to be in charge of the entirety of the land. And this has been the problem forever. It's like consistently the Jewish side or the Zionist side, Israel, so from the beginning, imagine they were actually promised to get the entirety of what you have, of what is nowadays described as Israel or Palestine. It was promised directly to them by the League of Nations and by the British. They were okay with it. Then there was it was changed into, okay, how about you, both of you guys, you rule this and you have autonomy. The Jews said, fine, okay. The Arab side was like, no, we want more. Then there was a partition. Okay, how about you guys take this huge chunk, and you Jews, you take this little part. The Jews were like, this is really, really ridiculous, but okay, at least something. The Arab side was like, no, we want everything, or we will be forced to fight and kill. It just continued like that. Consistently, the Jewish side gets less than they were given before, and they're like, okay, fine, whatever. And the Arab side goes, no, fight, rape, kill. Sorry, but that's what you get. In the end, you end up with nothing and call it genocide. Gorno's bulldozer said, Lord, please pray for the soul of this and guide my pimp hand and make it strong, Lord, so that she might learn who to play. Don't say that. This is very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. I will not accept something like this, Gorno's bulldozer. How dare you? Yeah, but this is very, very bad. Very bad. Telegraph Egypt that stated that they will not compromise 1 inch of the area taken in the 6-day wars. Vehemently refused to take Gaza back. They didn't want it. They didn't want it. Lonnie Grove, imagine Jordan was given the option to have control over the West Bank or Judea and Samaria by Israel, and they never even they didn't want it anymore. So there is the option of an Arab state having control over this region or Israel having control over this region. They left it to Israel. Egypt was so it was considered that Egypt should be in charge of Gaza. Egypt didn't want it anymore. So they also preferred that Israel is actually in charge of Gaza, not the Arabs. That wasn't the problem. Lonnie Grove, the only way Abiy can win a debate against Mosab is by forcing him to say quickly that he chit-chats with children in Chechenya's churches. Chit-chat with children in Chechenya's churches. Man. Michelle Wafat, Abiy is a parrot for Hamas. She is indeed. She is indeed. EBBudgetelexers.com says, white woman, you shut AP. White woman, you shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yep. Matt Silva says, you low-grade journalist. Mosab is on fire. Ah, yes, I know about Marwan Barghouti. That's my new name, by the way.
Powerful new name.
Marwan Barghouti is my new name.
MB.
Yeah.
Same initials as Muslim. Same initials as Muslim Brotherhood, but we'll let you slide.
That's actually a miracle. Gaz Newton, AP, the Lord Jesus loves you. Also, David, you rock.
True.
Apparently,
true. Double
Jesus
truth.
only loves me, not you. So that's what you get here. Leonardo says, I was waiting for y'all to react to this. Mosab attacks at the core of the issue, which is Islam. OMG, you're a bigot. Just words to manipulate. I know. And she also rightly pointed out that Mormons have Bugattis. PDF file prophet says, how dare you attack the falafel industry? Jesus was a falafel maker, as was Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, they were also both Palestinians.
No, and we love the falafel industry and we love falafel. It's just, we don't think that because someone ate some falafel, they're a greater authority on the conflict than someone who's actually was right in the middle of the conflict on both sides of it.
Yes, they are. If they eat falafel, that means they're an authority on the conflict. It actually means they're a geopolitics expert. Yes. Artai Beretema said Abiy Martin had a show on RT America for years. Really? Okay, I don't know much about her. I don't know anything. War Not 8, go look up Axis Sally. She was an American pro-Nazi broadcaster. Abby Martin is a modern-day Axis Sally. She worked for Venezuelan and Russian propaganda and now advocates for Hamas. Based. Jack Ray, I will look her up. It appears Eurovision is not just Europe. Even David Wood's favorite country, Australia, has been in it. Seems strange. Yeah. Australia has been
calling it Eurovision.
Call it criminal vision.
Call it people who have no lives trying to compete with American Idol.
Yes.
Isn't it funny? Like people come up with American Idol and then the rest of the like Europe has to be like, oh, we can do that too. Come on, dudes. Can't do it.
AP Thug Bambi's #1 fan, atheist. David Wood, only Bambi he knows is a deer who doesn't worship Satan. Christian. Draw your own conclusions. This is a very good point. This is a very good point. Of course, David doesn't know what we're talking about.
I have no clue what you're talking about right now.
Well, Bambi Thug is the singer for Ireland who had that song, which was like very demonic.
Oh, okay, I get it. Thug Bambi.
Wait a minute. Is this after the? Is this after the thing is over? Let me see that.
What is that?
Winning, I am so glad that all of us are in the top 10 that have been fighting for this shit behind the scenes, because it has been so hard. It has been so hard, and I'm so proud of us. And I just want to say, we are what the Eurovision is. EBU is not what the Eurovision is. Fuck the EBU. I don't even care anymore. Fuck them. The thing that makes us as contestants, the community behind it, the love and the power and the support.
What are you talking about? What is she even talking about? I don't even get it.
Of all of us is what is making change, and the world has spoken.
Yes, the world has spoken. The world has spoken by making Israel #2, and due to the corruption of the juries, #5.
What's the EBU that she is running about?
The EBU is the organization that is in charge of the Eurovision.
Oh yeah, I see EBU on the wall there. Yeah, it's weird. She started off and she's all geared up with all this stuff and who knows what kind of piercings and stuff. And I think, oh, okay, maybe this chick's pretty tough. And then she instantly starts crying. Oh, it sucks to be. And they're like, oh, okay, she's a real sensitive, crying type. And then F everybody, F everyone who disagrees with me. I'm like, gosh, make up your mind of.
Wait, they.
Oh.
She actually identifies as they.
Okay, well, if I want to say this, I can't say this woman because I don't know what I'm supposed to say. So this thing, I want to say this thing. That's kind of.
Oh no, you're supposed to say
what is this thing? Oh, this person. Okay, what is it? What is this person? Anyway, all right. We're about to get canceled, dude. Because
earlier I was laughing about this.
That's your boy.
Guys, I think I have a solution. So stupid. Oh god.
Oh boy.
Cries after losing to Israel. I want to be careful scrolling through this here. Never know what you encounter.
Yeah, you don't know what you never know what you're gonna get. Like a box of chocolates.
But there was actually a statement about what she thought when Israel was qualified for the finals, and it was so pathetic. It was so pathetic. I just want to see it for a second here. Which is when asked what she thought about Israel qualifying, she was like, "I cried. I cried."
Wait, that whatever that was that we just watched?
Yes.
What does that person think will happen if Islam takes over?
Love and peace, of course.
Good luck with that.
Love and peace. Oh, here. So ridiculous. I cringed watching this at first. In fact, I cringed so hard, I think I almost hurt my neck.
Oh, that's got the thing on.
Yeah, she got the terrorist thing on.
I cried with my team.
This is her response on how.
To be
she
fair,
felt.
I feel like crying at this point.
This is her response to how did you feel when Israel was qualified for the finale? She's like, I cried. Terrible acting, by the way. She should not go into acting.
All right, now that we finally got rid of AP, we can talk seriously about some stuff. Start talking about why atheists are born with donkey brains. There is weird mutation that takes place that gives certain human beings the brains of donkeys. Oh, cool. AP's back.
David?
AP, what did you think when Israel qualified?
I cried. That's the response. It's so stupid.
That's it. Your statement that you cried said it all.
And you can clearly see how sad I am because I cried. And the fact that I cried just shows that this is just wrong. And we all cried. We all came together and we cried.
There. Let's turn that frown upside down.
Anyway, Eliyahu says, by Ezra David, by Ezra David, why in the world did you take German lang lessons?
That started in like 4th grade. They came. Someone just came in the room and said, "David, you get to go to special language lessons because they said, in effect, you're the smartest person around here, and we're picking like the smartest person from each grade or something like that to go to language lessons." And so I didn't know, and I just looked at a list, and I was like, German. But then years later in school, and stuff, when they make you take languages, I'm like, well, I took this. I went through this 2 weeks of German in 4th grade, so I'll stick with German.
When I heard that David took German lessons, I cried. Sunglasses Knight says, I almost lost you guys. I think I was Hikmat. Or is that Hikmat? You see, they're attacking us. Get out the straps. Yeah. This is a very, very good thing to happen. I hope everyone gets Hikmat one day. I hope everyone has high Hikmat. PDF file prophet said Greta must be getting hundreds of muta requests on Instagram.
Abby's probably getting some muta requests too.
Probably. Oh, Abby, I saw how you defended Palestine. I'm so proud and so happy.
Powerful.
Can you please
So powerful.
do muta with me?
Since you're so fond of Islam, let me introduce you to a little more of Islam. It's called
Are
muta.
you a muta? Are you a mother? Because I want
ready
to
for some muta.
I want to make muta with you. Just like I do with my mother. Sunglasses at Knight. Okay. Sankey said a Jerusalem Post reporter said they should have sent Harbu Darbu to Eurovision and said, oh boy, that's fun. David, you probably don't know that song.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So there's a song.
I have zero clue what anyone is talking about in anything having to do with Eurovision or any of the groups involved. I did not know that they existed or why people would listen to.
This is actually not about Eurovision at all. This is actually about Israeli music. where this duo of rappers from Israel made a song called Harbu Darbu, and
The rappers, I would already like that more. I can predict. I can predict. I would already like that more.
And the pro-Palestine were like, this is genocide. This is pro-genocide. But the song was basically like a whole encouragement for the IDF to fight and to bring justice, and was like how all those involved in terrorism against Israel will pay the price. It's a pretty dope song, in your words.
I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, check it out. I'm gonna send it to you.
You don't need to send it. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah. NNN said,
What is it? Harbu Dabu? What?
HARBU. It's right here. Oh, wait a minute. This is in Hebrew as well. That's funny. Here it is.
Oh, I got it.
Here it is. So
I'm muting this while I listen to it.
Okay, good. Go listen to it. I wish I could play it. Can't. Maybe I should make a review of this song and publish it as a video. And then said, take my jizya and get some falafel. I will. Apostate prostate, proud Irishman, said, Osho is Finkelstein if he was funny. Osho is Fink. Hey, wait a minute, that's a good point. They speak slowly, just the same way. Huh. That's funny. Mr. Borelli. Mr. Borelli, the people are retarded. Sasboal said Israel made a joke. ISIS in Eurovision song in 2016. It's super catchy and hilarious. I know they did, because I already shared it on my Twitter page. I'm just not sure if I can post it here because I don't want to get into trouble. By the way, let me take off this terrorist thing quick. Let me take off the terrorist scarf. All right, no longer a terrorist. Speaking moistly says, I don't trust anybody that blinks as much as Abby. She's a parrot. Truly so. Did you listen to the song?
I'm back. I listened to half of it.
It's pretty good, right?
No, not my. It's that is exactly. I mean, apart from that, it's in Hebrew. It's exactly John McCrae's style. That with the beat and the. There's a clip where Snoop Dogg makes fun of that, and he's like, "How come every new song's like bibbidi bibbidi hibbidi 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 bit and a bibbidi 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 and a bibbidi bit?" Right? He was making fun of it, but that's that's one of those songs. Yeah, McCrae loves that sort of style.
What I found funny about that song is that so at the end of the song they list people who will pay for what they've done, and they say Nasrallah. Mohammed Dave, who do they say? Ismail Hania, and then they suddenly randomly they say Abu Baklava at some point, which is not a real person.
Abu Baklava.
Yeah, and then they suddenly randomly
baklava.
unexpectedly say Bella Hadid, Dua Lipa, Mia Khalifa, and these people, Mia Khalifa, actually took that as a threat against her life. And it's like,
wait, the girl who was celebrating and saying she's mad that people aren't posting more footage of Jews being murdered.
Yes.
Yeah, she said, "Oh, but you're threatening me."
Yeah. She actually thought it's very funny to make a post about how Hamas should record the videos properly to show how they're killing Jews. But then when she's actually called out on a song like this, she's like, "Oh, this is like literally genocide." Hunting Shark said Abby's white privilege is on full display.
Yeah, so someone should get a message to Mosab and say he should be bringing that stuff up during the debates. And you think that just because I am an Arab and you are white, that you get to talk to me like this? You are wrong. We know that you think you are white savior, and that the Palestinians need you to save them because you are white. It is not true. That would mess with their heads a bit.
Yes. Islam peace, Fatah peace, or therefore Fatah is peaceful. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Exactly. Alhamdulillah. That's exactly right. Leonardo says You are an Israeli spy, LMAO, so therefore he's wrong. You ordered your own people. Yes, he chose to get to bad guys, Hamas, not Arabs. Therefore, she is defending Hamas and sympathizes for them. Yeah, she is fully right there, actually defending Hamas from criticism and all that. It's just what an asshole. Gorno's Bulldozer, bro, you check out your war metal band, Damari. No, I haven't. I will check it out one day in the future, within the next 60 years or so. I will probably check it out. Thomas Paris said, AP, would you mind putting your sources in the description? No. Yes. No. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4 Shushi says, for anyone who likes Mosab Hassan Yousef, I also recommend Gabor Mate, Miko Pellet, Ilan Pape, Benny Morris, and Neturai Carter. What? Neturai Carter? Who you talking about, bro? Who you talking about, bro?
And Abu Falafel.
Abu Falafel, yes. Abu Lakram says, I can stand this arrogant, ignorant woman. Does she never do research about topics she talks about, or is she knowingly taking side with the evil? I know this is the whole thing. I when I listen to people like that, I just want to have the opportunity and go up there and talk to them. And wait a minute. That comment that I just read out saying also look into these and these people, Neturai Carter, that comment just listed Benny Morris as well. Benny Morris has been very much on the pro-Israel side in this entire conflict. I don't entirely understand what that comment was about. I don't get it. But anyway, whatever.
What are you talking about? You're saying if you like Mosab, then check out these other people.
But it seemed kind of ironic or whatever, because Ilan Pape is not a pro-Israel guy in this whole conflict, and Neturai Carter are these well-known
you're making up names now,
self-hating or Jew-hating Jews, Israel-hating Jewish little sect. So the comment doesn't make any sense to me. It mixes two different sides. Normal is overrated says Happy Holes Day is coming up in about a month. You guys got anything planned for the anniversary of when Sheikh Yasser Qadi and Hijab exposed the holes in the Islamic narrative?
Is that what it's going to be called? I think he's referring to the the birthday of the 1924 Cairo edition of the Quran. So I guess the holes in the narrative. Or is that the anniversary of the Yasser Qadi and Muhammad Hijab holes in the narrative interview, where they destroyed basically one of the most popular Dawa arguments of the past couple decades.
You should know this kind of stuff from memory.
I should know the date when they destroyed it. How? They don't even have the video on their channels anymore.
You should know.
Have to try and figure it out. Have to try and figure out when they released it, since they deleted it because it destroyed the faith of many Muslims. Thank you, Muhammad Hijab and Yasser Qadi.
You should know all of this stuff from memory. You should know it immediately.
Not going to happen. 0% chance. I don't remember what year it was.
Beast. Let me see. Monetization, short monetization will not be affected. Huh. Interesting. I was just looking at the song and seeing if I can actually play that live. But anyway, let's continue. Hunting Shark, Tekashi 69 is Farfour confirmed. Oh. This is true. Sunglasses at Knight said all of these misguided Western political pundits are acting like they're Paul Mardib. Our trade is freeing the freeman. Thanks a lot, Frank Herbert. Yes.
Hey, it's funny. So I watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail like 20 times when I was a kid, and I never understood when the French guy was calling the British guys Kniggets.
Oh yeah.
You find out till later it's just they're pronouncing knights as phonetic.
Knigget.
You Kniggets, filthy English Kniggets. I was like, what the heck is a Knigget?
Gwyneth Isaacs, Abby should go live in Yemen for a while. That would be fantastic. She would probably end up, I don't want to say it, but yes. D Badro, what's up, D? D might be one of the oldest members of this channel, actually.
You mean old in age, or how long she's been on your channel?
No, the longest.
Yeah, what a dirtbag. Yeah, this lady's one of the oldest people who watches the show. She watches from the nursing homes, like, dude.
I know. I could probably articulate myself better here in this case. But yes, one of the people who joined. Oh yeah, I have a list here of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh yeah, she was number 13 in terms of people who joined the channel as members. What I also notice here is that Ari Wasserman, who is always here commenting, is the 5th ever member of this channel. So he was there from the very beginning. St. Miles, that I know very, very well, has been here for a long time. Cheryl R, also always here, has been here from the very beginning in the top 10. Erkin Alpgune, also here from the top 10. Nice. Lots of people here. I should look at this list more often. Solitary Emmy, who sometimes leaves spicy super chats and even big criticisms, has been here from the very beginning among the top 20. This is interesting to look at. Huh. Wait, D said they bring us your poor and needy plague on the Statue of Liberty is from a poem called The New Colossus by a Jewish American, Emma Lazarus. Did we talk about this? No. Why did this come up?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she meant to do this super chat somewhere else and accidentally did it here. I don't know. But yes, thank you. I don't know why some people are suddenly chatting Japanese in the chat. Not sure what's going on. NNN said, P.S. they call themselves Palestine. P.S. if we allow everyone to self-identify, it is damaging to society. Oh, yeah. Well. That only goes for genders, apparently. John, off topic. AP, in your interview with Visegrad, you said that there are religions that you are still looking into. Which ones? Did I say that? I thought I said that I'm just on a journey and I'm still kind of looking into things. And at this point in life, I am an atheist. I think that's kind of what I said in response to his question. Religion in general, I would say. I wouldn't say particular ones. I wouldn't want to give it away. It is TMI. Andrea Fix said, thank you guys. Great show. Thank you. Thank you for being here and making this super chat with this beautiful color.
That's what we do.
That's what we do. This is what we do here.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Andrea Fico says, is this woman one of those them, they, it, you, us? Yes. Which one are you talking about? Now we're past it. It might be, yes, it was probably one of them. Lars Seth. In Australia, you can't say the prophet slept with a 9-year-old. You say they might. Good days, mate.
Oh, they mate.
Pete Beans. Uncouth is an adjective. Mojob keeps using it as a noun. He sounds uneducated. He does that. He also...
Yeah, he'll say a pusillanimous.
Yeah, he's a pusillanimous. He can't say it correctly. He can't spell it correctly.
He makes fun of other people's English skills,
and he uses it as a noun. It says he is a pusillanimous. It's clearly an adjective. I mean, if you look at it a little bit, if you look at the word, it's clearly an adjective, and it's not meant to be used in such a way. Somebody is a pusillanimous person. That's how you would say it.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about how Dawa now is just for impressing a Muslim audience, no matter how ridiculous you look to outside. Imagine other people looking at that.
Yeah,
like what? All he does is insult one guy and then praise the person who agrees with him, and that's it.
Whoa! Yep, I also show evidence, even if the evidence is wrong. Lothar said, yesterday I got baptized from a former atheist to another. Thank you, David. Also, jizya for AP. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep. You see, this is the proof. You see, AP, the tides are turning. Get used to it before you're completely humiliated.
But the issue is that Lothar is from Sweden, and as we know, Sweden is currently like really, really messed up and not to be taken as an example in the world. And you know what's all kinds of really weird stuff happening in Sweden. So if something comes from Sweden like this, then how am I supposed to trust it? You also take a bunch of immigrants, as many as possible, and refugees and all that, you know. So I'm sorry, but if this came from someplace else, I would probably take this more seriously. But unfortunately, I just can't because it's from Sweden. No, just kidding. Thank you, and all the best, Lothar. Very, very nice to hear. The War of October 7 said Mosab Sinwar, David Goliath, Skywalker, Vader. Vader was a good guy in the end. Kind of.
Well, then he wasn't Vader anymore. Then he was Anakin again.
But he was technically still Vader.
Well, yeah, and he's also Skywalker.
Yeah.
Too. So it's kind of Skywalker, Vader. It's kind of Skywalker.
Yeah. Skywalker. That's true. Good point. We have to talk about this further. Yeah. Yakov Kratzberg says, I was in Gaza not once. They wear civil clothing. We see it on the videos as well. It's very much known. They fight in civilian clothing. That's how it goes. And if you fight in civilian clothing, which you're not supposed to do, you're supposed to make yourself completely separate from the civilian population, then, yeah, shouldn't be complaining about civilian deaths. That one Jewish girl said, here's some shekels and a bad joke. Thank you. Oh, Prophet, Hamas with those blonde reverts and hot Jewish women. I put the Riz in terrorism. Man. Terrible joke. But it's good. Pants Schmitz now said that Israel will even use fingernails. Now that Biden admin stopped support, maybe Israel would ask for prayer. That or all people to share extra missiles and warplanes lying around. Netanyahu said we don't care. Even if we stand alone here, we will continue and we will finish this. And that's very based. I saw a joke from Babylon B earlier saying, after Biden declares that he stops delivering weapons, Netanyahu now getting U.S. weapons from the Taliban or something like that.
That's fun. That would actually be funny. Going to the Taliban. Hey, can we buy all those endless piles of weapons that the U.S. left behind there?
Pretty messed up. Urinating Broom said, "Stop shaving your beards, infidels. Broom is best." I know this is my message to everyone in the world. Esther, do you think Israel and Palestine became pen pals? There would finally be peace. They should be taking Jordan Peterson's advice and become pen pals. Yeah.
If they just see, and that's the problem. They didn't take the advice, and look what happened. If they had taken the advice and people started pen paling each other, it would have been different.
How about no?
Revert AP said they are gonna love Intifada. We'll make them love Intifada. YB, Israel is the winner regardless, beating Ireland. Yeah, that was a fantastic thing that Ireland has been defeated. Ireland is an awful country, by the way. You say that, but actually during the Eurovision contest there, Ireland's popular vote number 2 was Israel. So 10 points went to Israel from Ireland. People have said a lot of things about Ireland over the last half year, but lots of people liked Israel during the contest, which is interesting. Mott said Bambi Thug was born in Macroom, County Cork. Just saying. County, that's not meant to say Cork, but that's how I read it, because that's what it is, I guess. I don't know. Sid Dave, all of Allah's virgins are trans. That's true. It's actually 72 versions of one person with all the 72 genders. That's actually what you get. So there has been a misunderstanding in that whole thing. But when you die as a martyr and you go to heaven, you actually get 72 versions, as in 72 genders of different people. That's what Islam promises. This is how inclusive and how LGBTQ friendly Islam actually is. Alhamdulillah. Razi Jizya, so my soul keeps fighting the atheism. Don't let it fight. Sid Dave, assholes in the narrative like Alexander finding the place where the sun sets and trapping Gog and Magog, who Jesus will fight with the Mahdi someday. Oh, you mean holes in the narrative. Holes, okay, yeah. Erkan Akune, hello Shaky Booty and Mutasawwuf Dawood Wahid. Sid Dave, is it okay to name my pet dogs Allah and Muhammad? Yes. Yes, it's encouraged, actually. Razi, Islamic conquest of Hong Kong is ongoing, and the youth here is so ignorant of Islam. It's sad to see after the CCP will destroy Hong Kong's identity. What? Islam in Hong Kong? There was an Islam issue in Hong Kong? I didn't know that Hong Kong has an Islam issue. David, did you know that Hong Kong has an Islam issue?
I mean, I've known that there are Dawa guys out there for a while.
In Hong Kong?
Yeah, you're talking like 10 years ago, dudes were sending me messages from Hong Kong. And I was like,
Hong Kong?
Hong Kong?
Islam
You
in
guys
Hong
are talking
Kong?
trash?
Dawa in
Yeah.
Hong Kong?
Yeah, you're sounding dangerously close to being a total racist right now, AP.
What? This is an accusation.
You're about to
I-
start
I will
going.
not accept.
Yeah, you're about to start doing some really racist impressions right here.
I don't understand what you're talking about. But we're talking about Hong Kong. We're supposed to talk about Hong Kong in the proper way. So in Hong Kong, there's apparently an Islam problem. Islamists are trying to spread Islam in Hong Kong. This is weird. What are you laughing?
It's like those reporters. Anytime they get to a Spanish name, they have to pronounce it with an accent.
Wait, it says that Islam is 4% in Hong Kong. I don't think that there's a big problem in Hong Kong with Islam, but if you say that there is, I will just have to accept that. I heard in Hong Kong is a very nice place, and I hope that in Hong Kong they don't turn into Hong Kong Allah or anything like that. That would be very, very stupid. Alhamdulillah, brothers and sisters, we have to spread Islam in Hong Kong to turn Hong Kong into an Islamic emirate. That would be very stupid. Anyway, enough about Hong Kong. Have you ever been to Hong Kong?
Nope.
Okay, good. Urinating Broom says source for the urinating upon one another clip. It's actually from a deleted Muhammad Hijab video.
Yeah, he does that. He does that with tweets as well. Like that tweet about Western women who criticize Islam, they actually want to be raped. That's from a deleted tweet. Tends to do this stuff, post it, and then catch a big backlash, and then he deletes the stuff. It never crosses his mind to not be stupid, though.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That is actually, if we talk about it, Curfew said minus 110,000 credit points because of Hong Kong. I don't know why. So this is actually, so he made a video in response to me at some point where, because I called him out for saying that I should commit suicide and for coming on our live stream and talking about golden showers and things like that, he decided to make a clarification video the next day in which he explained why he said those things. And as a part of that explanation video, he also said, yeah, to test their morality, I also told them not to, do these certain things, and they engage in sexual activities like urinating upon one another.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you guys doing?
He deleted it, but I downloaded it the day he
Coward.
published it, thinking that he will probably delete it.
Believes in these things or not? Now, you see.
Hey, I should use this.
Yeah, we need the you see.
Show you the hypocrisy of these individuals. You see.
I could put this into a little editor and actually extend that.
When I challenge, when I antagonize people like Apus,
he's a tactical genius, ladies and gentlemen.
People like Apus with the very moralities that they claim to believe is fine, try to lure any of us a neutral question. Or on his worldview, activity. I asked Apus whether he himself has tried to lure any of his family members for sexual activity. Now, this might sound like a very provocative question.
You think?
Yeah, that'd be like me saying, "Hey, Muhammad Hijab, how many children have you banged? How many little 5-year-olds have you banged, Muhammad Hijab?"
You know what I actually did?
Difference is he actually believes it's acceptable.
as
Yeah,
we were,
plebeians is fine.
as he was doing these things back then, I once gave a response, or I once actually made a tweet, a very small one, in which I said, I think Muhammad Hijab sometimes invites his Dawa friends over to share his mother with them. And then took it down. And he took this and made several tweets in which he posted that screenshot of me saying that. And tried to use it against me. Which is just so stupid, man.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb.
On his worldview, this is a neutral question, almost the same as asking what is your favorite color. So asking that question, if I said to Apus recently, I said to him, look, if I were you, a coward like you, word for word, asking someone, because deep down get involved in some kind of sexuality. I said, how about you and David Wood get involved in some kind of sexual activity? How about you get on your knees for David Wood? How about this and how about that? And once again, didn't like that.
Didn't like that.
Yeah, I mean, think about this. Muhammad Hijab, why don't you do muta with Ali Dawa's daughter? You believe it's okay? Do muta with her? It's totally halal. Oh, he didn't like that. Ooh, yes, we can all say perverted things like that. What do you? By the way, what's he talking about? Because we were cracking up laughing when he was doing it.
Yeah, we
weren't we like
so
dying? Weren't we dying laughing? And now haven't we been using this for years to show what kind of creepy dude we were talking about?
I didn't like that.
That's what he said. He like, look at him in this video. That's why he took it down. That's why he took it down. Like, oh yes, I put him in his place by saying, "Get on your knees for the golden showers of David Wood." Ha ha! And so I gave this powerful Dawa and I humiliated them. In reality, we were like dying laughing and like posting it everywhere. And then he took his thing down. But he's the tactical genius, ladies and gentlemen. He is.
Yes. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, I actually included this in my video, which I made in response to him, which I called The End of Muhammad Hijab. This is his clarification video where he explains his genius strategy.
Yeah.
However, he took this video down like the next day or so.
Isn't that funny? Wait, isn't that funny? He had to explain what his strategy was because people are like, "What are you doing with all this stuff about golden showers and gimps and getting on your knees, dude?" Sounds like, I mean, you're posting all this stuff and people have to look up what you're talking about online. That's a bunch of really creepy, perverted stuff. So what are you doing here? Oh, well, let me explain to you the brilliant strategy that I had when I talked to him about this. What I was doing is this. And then, let me take this down. This is deleting. I've been embarrassed again.
Oh, wait a minute.
What a joke, man.
I just found the
low hikmah. These are the low hikmah dudes.
You gotta have a high hikmah. I just found I forgot about this until now. Until earlier I brought this up to you. He posted a screenshot of my tweet. They talk about women in a degrading way. And then he posts this of me saying, I wonder if Muhammad Hijab has his incel fans over sometimes so they can together enjoy his mother.
What's wrong with you, man? guys, understand. Let me see if I understand the reasoning here, AP, right? So Hijab and these guys, they come at you. Hey, you're an atheist. Therefore, you have no moral foundation that you can really appeal to. Therefore, you can't be against incest or something like that. And therefore, we'll constantly ask you questions about incest. And so your response is, well, according to your actual moral standards, muta and things like that are perfectly acceptable. And so, hey, you got your little incel friends. Why don't they do something with your mom? Because they come at you like that, right? What do you do in a relationship with your mother and your sister? If you believe in incest because you're an atheist. I'm not joking, man.
I forgot that I did that, man. But that was basically the logic, just giving them their own medicine and see what happens.
Yeah, the only thing that sucks in all of this is hijab needs to be more popular, ladies and gentlemen. There's no way Ali Dawa should have more followers than this guy.
And he just quote tweets it.
You gotta love this, man. There was no one in the world I would pick. I mean, if you look at the actual rankings of Dawa guys right now on the planet, it is exactly what I mean, almost exactly. I would pick Muhammad Hijab, number 1, Ali Dawa, number 2. I would want Daniel Hakikachu in 3rd position. I don't think most people would put him in 3rd position, so we need to get Daniel Hakikachu a little higher up there. And Sheikh Uthman 4th. Those would be my picks for the 4 horsemen to destroy Islam from within. 2 of them are about where they need to be. 2 others, they need a little bit of a nudge there.
Yeah.
And if you get that, if you can control who the leaders of Dawa is, you can completely destroy Islam. So let's get a couple more of those guys in there and get them where they need to be.
Bunch of winners. Brutality Duel said, "Here's a nasty joke. What do you call a Muslim that does a little crack? A prophet." It's terrible.
Pretty bad.
Terrible. Leonardo, being Catholic, one day you'll be on our side, AP. The initiation will be in the Talmudic tunnels. Daniel Wright, you will be there too. That's fine.
No, AP will be a Protestant and he will not be on your side. He will humiliate the Catholics.
Humiliate you. Look, I already have my equipment here.
Yeah, he's already bought the supplies for being a Catholic.
I kind of like holding this.
Hey, that would be fun. That would be funny if you converted and you became a Catholic and people are like, "Hey, so AP, why'd you become a Catholic and not like Orthodox or Protestant?" You're like, "Well, I already had this. So what else am I going to do?" They're gonna go.
Yeah, I already had this, so I didn't want to, do anything.
Why rock the boat?
Yeah. It's Daniel Raichu is a funny joke because that's a Pokemon.
That's what I was. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what that means, and for some reason I was thinking about. I was thinking of a kaiju. Those the monsters that come out of the ocean?
No.
I think a kaiju is like those monsters. Anyway, I was
in
thinking
the
it was
Pokemon
that.
world.
But yeah, Pokemon.
In the
makes sense.
Pokemon world, Pikachu evolves to a Raichu. I think that's what happens. That's pretty. This is very high brow stuff that you probably don't know, David. You need to learn more about this kind of stuff. You need to educate yourself. The Vintage Mom became a YouTube member. Welcome to the channel and welcome to the cult. But once you're in, can't get out anymore. You should know that. You can check in, but you can never leave. Planet Elmoni said old Benny Morris books were more anti-Israel, but new info declassified and personal experience changed his mind. Yeah, he did have a big change of. It wasn't necessarily anti-Israel. It was just looking at the facts and analyzing it historically accurate as much as possible. And he was pointing out that Israel is wrong on certain things. But he did maintain that Israel did their best efforts to make things right. He has recently changed very, very much with more and more evidence into saying, sorry, but Israel is just totally in the right on this whole thing, in this whole conflict. Yeah. Leonardo said, in Jordan Peterson voice, you're sick, you're finished. That's weird. You're sick. You're sick. You're finished. You're finished, boy.
Like your Allah. Like your Allah.
You're finished like your Allah, boy. Not as golden showers with his muta mother. The irritating broom. This is why Mo Hijab is my favorite apologist. He's everyone's favorite apologist. Alhamdulillah. And with this, we have come to an end of another live stream, which is the most watched show on this channel. David, anything else you want to get off your chest?
We're all doomed. It's too late.
I mean, people are saying that even Hong Kong is like being
too late. Free Hong Kong.
Even Hong Kong is being taken over by Islam, which is even Hong Kong. That's kind of weird, man. I didn't expect that at all. That's a weird, sick turn of things that even Hong Kong would be under fire by Islam. Hong Kong? Seriously, man? Of all places in the world, Hong Kong? Anyway, but we will talk about Hong Kong further next time. I hope everyone had a fantastic time here. Everyone had a fantastic time here. And as always,
homosexuality should be fine.
Oh, sorry, wrong button. As always,
stay away from Islam.